Monday, July 27th, 2026. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for a reading today, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylayo. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes, so make sure you're tapping that screen, and we will get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway we're doing today is going to be a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I encourage you, I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that giveaway as well. Prior to beginning today's daily collective read, I will be giving a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. If you would like to find that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. But before we get started today, first and foremost, most important question, how are we doing today? Scale of 1 to 10. There are no wrong answers. We've been having some interesting energy related to the lunation cycles that we've recently been working through, and I want to talk to you guys about them because it's a little bit hard to describe, but I also think it's really important. And I also think that there's something about the lunation cycles that might be a little surprising, but surprising in the best way possible. And it's built and it's based upon what occurs when we are building into the context of our own presumptions. And you have to understand, presumptions are dumb. Okay. And when we talk about presumptions being dumb, because presumptuous energy is often working through the numbness of not wanting to effectively identify or move through something for with our own sense of determination, but taking another person's opinion for granted. And the thing about it is, when we are working on building into supportive architecture, then our ability to effectively always perceive or allow the context of our purview to fortify perception is something that is very important, right? And that is what we identify. That is often what we describe when, and I want to point this out, when we're not taking things for granted. And you'll see this, right? You'll often notice, I wouldn't be surprised if you had experiences in the past where unhealthy circumstances or relationships potentially reach culmination points because you effectively, like, one effectively sees too much, right? And you'll see this. You'll literally see relationships that come to closure points because they can't stand purview. And when you understand that not only will the best relationship you have that you experience will be one that allows for full clarity, right? So too, then you understand that when you start bringing purview to things, then it allows you to be able to fortify and recognize what feels like it is clarifying, what feels like it is healing, versus what it is that you are healing from. And the reason I bring all of this up is because the last few lunation cycles have been specifically focused around working through old wounds, right? The observation of effectively working through something, right? This is what we can expect. We had a Capricorn full moon, was the Capricorn that we had, I know it feels like a million years ago, but that Capricorn full moon was only a month ago. Okay. And Capricorn full moons can sometimes, right? There's a lot of beauty that can occur when we're going through a Capricorn full moon cycle, but they're weighty, right? They've got density. They bring up a lot of things. It helps us recognize the heft of what we're carrying. And that, right, and I like to point this out, there's something beautiful about the fact that we had that Capricorn full moon and then immediately moving into a Cancer new moon in Cancer season, right? Which are, because it articulates basically the identification point of heavy things, right? Heavy things coming up so one can effectively lighten upon them, right? So one can effectively heal, or one can effectively work through something in a way that it allows for that possibility of profound clarity. And what we're seeing now is we're moving into a full moon in Aquarius. And an Aquarius full moon in Leo season I actually find is very beautiful, because an Aquarius full moon in Leo season builds us into the context and the beauty of honoring our own energetic capacity, right? It's the ability to effectively put one's own energetic signature upon things, or allowing the expansiveness of possibility to occur. And this is what we, and but the thing about it, you also have to understand, an Aquarius full moon in Leo season pushes back against rigidity, right? And why does an Aquarius full moon in Leo season push back against rigidity? Because when we become too energetically rigid in things, right, that aren't necessary, then that is often the shape of our trauma coming up to the surface, right? It's the observation and the understanding of the difference between what feels like it stabilizes because it energetically reinforces, right? The stability that we're able to identify and articulate because it speaks towards something energetically important, versus situations and circumstances wherein we see, right? We work through energetic experiences of trauma that often feel, right, often feel like, and that's the thing about it, trauma often feels like it incapacitates us, because the rigidity that we feel isn't necessarily from a point of strength, but it's the rigidity that we adopt from a point of fear, right? So that's what we kind of like about a full moon, an Aquarius full moon in Leo season, is the observation, right? It's the observation of what it means when we're building into determination, right? The determination by which we're able to articulate and put our force of, like, our force of intention towards things. But they can sometimes feel frustrating, because when you're sitting there putting your force of determination towards things, you can often see those that are working or facilitating or navigating more from spaces of energetic anxiety or hesitation. So I want you to be conscientious about that right now, because I would not be surprised if there were things that potentially rose up over the last few weeks in relation, because it's been like there's been a wild and wacky, right? A wild and wacky um, lunation cycle from this last full moon to this one. But the observation and understanding the reasons why build into the context by which we're able to effectively stabilize through it. Now, this is one of the things that we did in our recent reading. We did a new moon to full moon, right? And I want to just show you some of those cards, because the like, just to give you an example of what I was talking about here, right? Like, this is what we effectively see as it relates to that page of swords in its reversal. This is all that new moon energy with the 8 of Pentacles in its reversal and the Ace of Pentacles in its reversal, right? And that's a lot of that conversation that we identify. Now you can see it here. That's a lot of Ace of Pentacles in its reversal, right? Because what do these cards basically say to us in combination, right? Pay attention to others, right? The shape of trauma is a space by which you could literally be doing everything under the sun, right? You could literally be doing everything, right? You could literally be doing everything. And another person will articulate that there's more you should be doing, right? It's a conversation upon the fact that often the shape of trauma is identified by those who are effectively not doing anything, and at the same and in the same voice, in the same voice, in the same voice that they're doing nothing, they're articulating or amplifying to the self, why aren't you doing more? Right? So that's really important because that could almost identify the shape of what a lot of energy is working to heal from right now. And then this is what we effectively see is occurring in terms of the energy that's coming towards us in this full moon cycle. And in this full moon cycle, right? What do we effectively see in this full moon cycle? This full moon cycle, and I want you to see the similarity to these, right? Because it's a conversation. Because we've got the Page of Wands, right? Underneath the Knight of Swords in its reversal, right? So how easy it is for those who are not inclined to do anything to have opinions on those doing everything, right? How easy it is. How easy it is for those doing nothing to have opinions on those doing everything, right? And at the same time, we see, but that's because, right, the quality of criticism, right? The quality of criticism is the opposite of energetic critique, which is the identification point that when we're working qualitatively, right, we can only you only get to articulate upon things if you're putting effort and energy into them. So that's what we see here, right? It's the observation of the weight and value of another's words that is correlated with how much energy or impact you're trying to put towards something. And this effectively leads to, right? And look at these two cards that came up together. I don't mind seeing, right? Like I don't mind seeing an Ace of Pentacles in its reversal underneath an Ace of Swords in its upright, right? Because that is, and this is what I like to point out specifically with those for energy that's like working through this. And I like to also, when you'll notice when I teach my classes, I often articulate that there's no such thing as a bad ace, right? Even if an ace is in its reversal, because, right, this is the energy that often identifies, and I like to see an Ace of Pentacles in this way because it talks about the fact that victory is found in the doing of things, right? Not in the perfection of them, but in the facilitation of them, right? So there's something very beautiful and transformative in this type of energy. But I'll tell you, the thing about this type of energy is an attenuation point between the difference between those perpetually that have breath, right? The breath that's effectively spent in criticizing the quality of others doing, right? It's like look at the breath that is expended like in criticizing others actively doing something. So like if things are potentially like getting under your skin about that right now, like let that effectively fortify you. Our bottom of the deck on the reading was the Tower, right? And here's the thing about it. I don't mind seeing a tower card on the bottom of the deck. Like if you're going to find a tower card at the bottom of the deck's a good place to have it because it talks about building into surety, right? And here's the thing about it. This is what you recognize. When one has questions, one is trying to make something surer, right? So when another person tries to get volatile in the process of you trying to get surer about things, that's information, right? Because anything stable embraces questions. Anything stable, right? Anything stable embraces, right? It opens its arms to questions. Things that are not stable, right, will be volatile in the face of questions because they don't see things, they don't identify things with sureness so much as they like it, so much as it articulates and identifies another person's, right? It articulates and identifies another person like working through another's insecurities. So I want you to kind of keep that in mind as we navigate this energy because I do think like there's something very beautiful about the work that we see between like the work that we see that exists between the period of that full moon in Capricorn, right, moving into moving into that new moon, like the full moon in Capricorn all the way into the full moon in Leo and Aquarius season. However, right, it also requires, it allows for that sense of bringing compassion to things. And I'll tell you right now, bringing compassion to putting a little, try to put a little compassion on things before you build into base assumptions. Now that is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. But if you'd like to find that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. I would also encourage you to head over to my stack to learn more about our next tarot class, which is going to be held on Wednesday, August 13th at 5:30 p.m. PST, 8:30 p.m. Eastern. We are going to be continuing into our studies of the tarot with a deep dive into the three cards of the minor arcana. If you would like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we've studied prior to beginning that next class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of readings, but you'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive, as well as the opportunity of receiving a complimentary assessment with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would still encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events, as well as my online live schedule and my mystic meditation articles, which give you updates on everything we've been seeing energetically in the cards. I just wrote one recently on the new moon that we've navigated. I'll have one out shortly on this full moon that we've got coming up. Finally, I want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or biweekly, as your schedule permits. Also, for my students seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute reads, again, weekly or biweekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey on a budget, as well as dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. Now, if you purchase a series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. But let me know in the comments how this energy is impacting you personally, because it is going to hit everyone just a little bit differently. That said, we are going to get started on personal reads today. If you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. I have 5 spots available today before the list will be closed. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're doing 2 giveaways today as well. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway we're doing today is a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that giveaway as well. And if you are joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, you can also get on our list today via the tree that has binks in it in my bio. And if you are a paid member there, your paid subscription also entitles you to the same benefits that I have listed for those who are super fam. Absolutely. So good to see you today, Avatar. Hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day. Good to see you as well. And welcome. How you doing today, Andrella? I'm happy to read for you if you'd like to get on the list. You'll be the fifth person read for. It's 3 cards for 29 for those who are non-subscribers. These are not the devil's cards, Marco. So one of the things that I actually have is a collective that I found. I have a movement entitled Tarot Church that works to help destigmatize a lot of the false beliefs connected to the tarot. I've been studying the tarot for over 30 years. I'll tell you with absolute certainty that there's nothing we find in the tarot that will move you further away from a faith practice. It'll probably bring you closer to one with the understanding of what we see there. Absolutely. Thank you so much. And thank you. Hold on a moment, just catching back up on some comments. And good to see you today, dear. How are you doing? Happy Monday, Angie. The list is open, Lisa, and I've added you to it. Thank you for getting on the list today. Mm-hmm. Yep. Take your time to heal. That's the most we can do. One step at a time, make. All right. Um, Crab, we do mediumship here, but again, often when it works to talking to those in spirit, it has to do with whether they're feeling inclined to do so. I practice a very strict form of I'm very like we're very strong about working through the context of consent here. But I will tell you that we can often check energetically on whether they are. So we can always do energy checks on those in spirit to make sure that they're okay if that helps as well. Absolutely. Mm-hmm. Well, I need to point out, Mia, I know that you're quoting Ecclesiastes, but there's nothing the Bible has many different instances of individuals in the Bible practicing divination. That's inclusive to Yahshua as well. So, absolutely. Mm. All right. And thank you so much. How you doing today? Grand Rising Mini. And thank you. I need to point out, I need to just stress, we love, when you identify the fact that you don't put faith in anything beyond, if you have people you care about, I'm sure you put faith in them as well, right? It's actually very concerning to identify the fact that there's only one thing in this entire world that you put faith towards. That could be indicative of kind of working through a trust wound. So I hope that you find the help that you need in relationality to healing that. And Alien, thank you for the follow. I know that was the heart. I don't get to see the heartbeat from my. I need to see what the heartbeat looks like, guys. Please remember if you're joining us over on the clock app to make sure that you are recharging your heart means if you'd like an animal oracle card on top of your one cards. Alice, so good to see you today, dear. Hope you're having a beautiful one. Welcome, Per, and thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciated. Looking forward to meeting with you later. Ivana, welcome. Excellent. Well, make sure that you're doing anything you can right now, dear, to calm yourself. Carrie, absolutely. Remember, spirits first priority is for us to make sure that we're taking care of ourselves so we can take care of those around us effectively. Is it's too early for that? I appreciate you, Ivana. Grand Rising bookcase. So good to see you today, dear. I'm doing good today, Jade. How are you doing today? Oh, that's very kind of you to say. Thank you for being here and being a part of this collective today. Um, yeah, I mean, here's the thing about it. I need to stress, I feel my heart goes out to those that are beginning the day with so much animosity because like what we effectively put out comes back to us in the same way. So I recognize that a lot of the work that we do here can often be projecting to those who are still working through fear-based mentalities. So, this is just kind of what we effectively like. This is what we navigate, right? And I like to. It's actually interesting because we're going to be doing a spiritual collective meeting on Wednesday. So Mercy Me Tarot is going to be doing kind of a state of the spiritual collective. I would invite you guys to join us there. You can register over on Mercy's page. We're going to be talking a bit about it. You know, absolutely. Excellent. Listen, here's the thing about it. I like to point this out, right? I have nothing but faith. I have nothing but hope and compassion for anyone who's here. So in relationality to effectively requiring, and I just want to point this out. There's something very profoundly, we don't need to the concentration or the understanding of potentially feeling like you see another person in a lack space. The faith that we hold should not be one that makes us feel better than others. And this is what Yahshua taught us. Yahshua literally said we should see each other as energetic beings of perfection. So when we articulate and say, I feel sad for you, I feel bad for you because you don't hold faith the way I do, then we have to make sure that we're not moving into righteousness in the way that we hold our faith, because that is effectively antithetical to what we see is dictated or articulated in the book in which Yahshua was speaking. So again, I appreciate the sentiment, but the fact that you're potentially articulating or identifying that there's something that you see within me that you feel needs healing is more of a conversation in terms of something that you're working on and resolving within versus what I feel without. So I hope and I wish the best for you as well. Thank you, dear. Absolutely. No problem. Oh, thank you, Jamie. I appreciate you too. Excellent. Yep. Oh, it was supposed to be for debt today. Did I do it? You see, I'm glad we're having this conversation, Per, because I think did you want to have, if we can talk about it, do you want to have it on? I thought we were agreeing to do it today. So just let me know. Absolutely. Yeah, it's going to be me and a couple, it's going to be several other spiritual educators as well. Absolutely. Serenity, as I mentioned, we do offer mediumship here. I do mediumship a little bit differently than others do, which is I effectively see if that energy wants to connect, and if they don't want to connect, I can usually tell you like the state that they energetically are in. But I hope that that makes sense. You did okay. Thank you for letting me know where you sent the donation, Angie. I will confirm. All right, 1 minute. Thank you. I understand, dear. Thank you, Ignitro. I appreciate you. Um, I'm checking right now. I'm just going to confirm that I got your donation, dear. One moment. Uh, Thank you for the compliment, Dino. I mean, I need to point out you're putting words in Yahshua's mouth because you're saying you're articulating something that Yahshua said without actually quoting. You're not referencing the book by which the statements are made. You have to be very conscientious about that, right? Making the assumption and relationality to that, because you're speaking upon, and you have to and like you're making large statements that you need to be able to put actual specific meaning towards. So, and I have to point out, if you're doing that, that's you effectively utilizing someone's name in vain, right? So using someone's name in vain means hanging their name on something that you want to say, is basically making someone else's name a vanity plate to reinforce something that you're trying to communicate. So just make sure that you're not doing that, because that's literally against what you effectively believe. Mm-hmm. Exactly. Absolutely. Hey, how you doing today there, Moo? Welcome. Excellent. All right. So as I mentioned, friends, we are going to get started on our readings today. We begin today. We always have priority here. So anyone who got on the list before we went live has the opportunity of being read for before we start the daily collective. We've got, how many people do we have today? We've got 4 people on the list for today. So, and if you would like to get on the list right now, we've got 5 spots available before the list will be closed. Thank you, Avatar. I appreciate that. Absolutely. Excellent. Mm-hmm. Oh, that's beautiful, Jaded. Yep. Jade, thank you. Hi there, Trishina. Welcome. How are you doing today? Excellent. Oh, so good to see you. Oh, sending you so much support on that journey, Serenity. Well, as I said, if you know, we can always do a reading to see who's coming through. Absolutely. I'm just checking right now, dear. Just bear with me a moment. Okay, let me see if I can find where you sent it. Mm-hmm. Excellent. Hi there, Chris. How you doing today? Excellent. And as I mentioned, friends, we are going to get started on today's personal readings. The first person we are reading for today on the list is Pieces. Pieces, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you would like me to answer. And as I mentioned, if anybody else cares to get on the list today, we've got 5 spots available before the list will be closed. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Excellent. And Serenity, I'm just trying to confirm where you sent the donation. Can you just send me the first initial of the location that you sent it? I don't need the full name. I just need the first initial. Okay? And we will confirm that. Oh, okay. I see it there. I see that you already supplied it. Just bear with me one more moment, dear. Excellent. Oh my goodness. One moment. Okay. 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 Perfect. And I've got you on the list as well, Angelica. So if anybody else cares to get on the list right now, we've got 4 spots available before the list will be closed. Yep. No, you're in good shape. Don't send it again, please. Nope, we're good. We're good. We're good. Okay. All right, let's get to it. All right, the first person we are reading for, if Pieces is not here today, if Pieces is not here, then the next person that we are reading for today is going to be Bridget. Bridget, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And as I mentioned, if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, we've got 4 spots available before we closing the list. Excellent. All right. And we are doing a mind, body, spirit reading for Bridget. And before we get started on Bridget's reading, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the air dragon. We'll do that again after the next reading. Okay. And thank you, Tempest, for getting on the list. We've got 3 more spots available today before the list will be closed. And 2 more, please. Mm-hmm. And thank you for also getting on the list early. You'll also be having an additional card in your reading. Mm-hmm. Wow. It's really interesting because you've got the 10 of Wands coming up twice. But I'm going to start right now with what I'm seeing in relationality to mind, because it says to me that what I'm basically identifying right now in the space of your mind is it feels like you're going through a mind expansion moment. And the thing that we often like, and it's interesting too, because like it's actually coming through as crown expansion, is what I'm basically seeing here. And the thing you have to recognize when we're going through a crown expansion moment is um, it's being able to kind of look at something in a way that one is able to see the bigger picture on it. And um, the thing that's often hard about that, and I want to describe what often happens when I see energy like this, is um, it's very common when you're going through a crown expansion to feel like everyone around you is being very narrow minded. Okay. And a lot of that narrow mindedness that I'm seeing there is, and the best way I can, like, the thing about it you have to understand is um, sometimes someone does not necessarily intend to be narrow minded, right? But the best thing we can do when we see somebody that's narrow minded as it relates to something is helping them kind of recognize how they're effectively coming across, right? Because that's the thing about it, right? Like, and I keep on getting this, like, I see this energy around you that's going around being like, I'm a boss, I'm a boss, I'm a boss, and someone being like, you're not being a boss, you're being a bully, right? Because it says like the thing you have to understand, and I like to point this out, is when you're working through things, right? When you're working through things, it's not frequently in the context by which you're telling others what to do, but being able to effectively identify or articulate what energetically matters, or the best way to effectively go about something. So I feel like there's something there that's really energetically important, because I feel like what I see that's happening for you in a mind space right now is you have I feel like there's a lot of energy right now that's potentially missing your harmony, but you also have to understand that harmonic energy harmonic energy cannot stay in a space, like, and you'll often see this, like when somebody else um like when somebody else is effectively trying to um like like the minute someone starts throwing their weight around, right, harmonic energy moves away, because it's the understanding and the quality, and then you, like, another individual is surprised or they miss you, right, failing to understand that they created, right, like when you're trying to cultivate a healthy environment, right, it's not it's not one that you can insist upon, right, it's what you effectively make available to another. So I feel like there's something really important there, because I feel like in one way, like, I see you kind of going through an expansion process, and there's new possibilities that are potentially opening to you, and in the same exact context, I see you like effectively having to navigate or having to deal with circumstances and situations um, that feel like it's like it feels like somebody who inadvertently limited their own access to you is the best way I can describe it. It's like somebody who inadvertently confounded their own access to you. And here's the thing about it, that's not your, and I feel like this is the thing about it, that's not your fault, right? That's not your fault. That's not a circumstance that you put that person in. Because when you identify, and I just keep on getting this, like when you try to, open, like when you try to, like, and I think that this is what I keep, like, and this is what your guide's saying, because you've got to, it's actually interesting, because I'm trying to read into your body right now, and a guide's articulating it, right? When you're holding a door for someone, right? Like the word that you shouldn't, like the observation of what you should be receiving in that moment shouldn't be somebody articulating the quality of how much space you've created, but you'll often, and here's the thing about you'll, and this is what I meant about narrow-minded energy, right? What will narrow-minded energy say as you're doing literally everything to try to help someone? Like why aren't you opening the door wider? Why aren't you making this easier? Failing to recognize the fact that in the space by which you are taking something on, you are already doing the lion's share of the effort, right? And so I feel like this is interesting because like it's funny too, because like I hear a guide saying about you, you're a lion, like you're a lion, which means you can roar when necessary, right? And the reason they're saying you can roar when necessary is saying when another person says more, you're allowed to roar, right? When another person says more, you're allowed to roar, because I just keep on hearing more is not the sound of someone starving. Okay, I want you to write that down. I think that that's something really important that I'm seeing here, and I need you to write it down. I actually need to get your book, because I feel like there's something about that. Hold on. Hmm. Yeah, that's coming through really strongly. Hold on. I want you to write that down somewhere, because I think it's important. More is not the sound. More is not the sound of someone starving, right? More is not the sound of someone starving. More is the sound of someone demanding. So be very conscientious of that, because I feel like there's something about those experience. There's something I feel like about something that you're navigating in terms of someone trying to articulate that they're in a state of desperation. Desperation does not deal with more. Desperation facilitates enough. So just be conscientious about that, is what I see. Because I literally, like, and I feel like, because I just keep on seeing like you're moving on to a new chapter right now, and I feel like that observation is helping you to identify the energy that effectively appreciates you, right? Versus energy that is effectively, right, versus energy that says to me, like energy that's trying to take advantage of your compassion, is what I keep on getting. And it's interesting because you've got two guides around you right now, and I feel like one of those guides is one. It says to me like one of those guides is there to be protective of you, specifically because they see the fact that your compassion is a gift. But there are those, like, there are those who want you to be, or there are those who would prefer to see you irrational. There are those who would prefer to say to you, why aren't you being more irrational with your passion, is what I'm getting. All right, thank you so much for having that reading with me, Kurt. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and it's funny too, because like if I know if Nikki were here, the sound you're hearing outside, they'd be like, wrong day, right? And I think that that's important about your reading too, Bridget. Like wrong day, being like someone who's trying to come towards you and like expecting a version of you that did not have such healthy standards, right? So just be conscientious about that as well. Thank you so much for having that reading again with me, dear. I am going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. How you doing today, AJ? Thank you for the compliment, Ole. How you doing today, Mike? Micah? Welcome from Poland. Kayla, good to see you. Absolutely, dear. I hope you're well. Welcome from Ireland, Hyde. I'm happy to read for you on that if you'd like to get on the list. The list is open. We've got 3 spots available before the list will be closed today. Thank you for the help, Kayla. I appreciate you. Excellent. All right. And how you doing today, Baba? All right. And Ava, I can see you, dear. Yep, we're in good shape. Grand Rising, alien. Perfect. All right, let's get to it. Next person we're reading for today is Ava. Ava, I am still looking for pieces. I am still looking for pieces, but let me just see if I can find here, Ava. One moment. You're so welcome, Bridget. Before we continue with Ava's reading, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the owl. We'll do that again after the next reading. I do need confirmation from Ava to make sure that you're here before I start this reading. So Ava, if you're here, if you could just comment and let me know. How you doing today, Kayla? Good to see you, dear. Excellent. You can't just get, you have to guess a specific bird. There's a lot of different birds in this deck. How you doing today, Ava? Perfect. All right. Is this inside tea or outside tea, dear? Mm-hmm. I got you. Got it. Just bear with me a moment as I read over Ava's question. All right. Mm-hmm. I got you, dear. Oh, yeah. It's the right time in relationality to the questions. All right. Mm-hmm. Yeah, can I get 4 cards, please? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So the thing I keep on observing is, and it's interesting too, because I feel like every time I read for this connection that you're going to be making, um, it feels like one of persistent encouragement. And the major message that I'm potentially seeing around a circumstance or situation is, and it was, I even heard it before we started reading, which is basically, I want you to kind of write this down somewhere and keep it, which is, um, you are no one's plus one. Okay. And when I say you are no one's plus one, I mean that in a big way, because I just keep, every time I read for you, I feel like you've had to have a lot of relationships that you've had to work through by which another person saw you as their spiritual attaché. And what do I mean by a spiritual attaché? A spiritual attaché is somebody who wants somebody energetically beside them, but not somebody who effectively generates too much attention towards them. Okay. And it's interesting because this is the person that you're trying to connect to. This is how they see something that you're healing from. This is their opinion that they're articulating to me. They're saying to me that there were at least two major relationships that you've had to heal from, where somebody potentially just saw you as their spiritual attaché. And that is somebody who makes them look, somebody who makes their aura look cooler because you're in the periphery of it. And those type of relationships are absolutely gross, is what I keep on getting. This is how they feel about it. Absolutely gross. Because the truth is, those energies, they're not energy. Anybody who wants somebody as a spiritual attaché would not know spirituality if you if you hit them over the head with it like a hammer. Okay. It's somebody who energetically wants to appear, right? It's somebody who energetically wants to appear. It's somebody who wants to appear, give the appearance, right? He wants to give the appearance of being energetically spiritual, but not having done any of the actual work that it takes to do so. So I keep on getting that, like, they effectively see you going through this period right now. And this is the worst thing about it. They feel like those energies, right? It feels to me like some of those energies around you are still lingering. Like they're still expecting you. Like they're still expecting you. I don't know why they're saying they're expecting you to go running to them, begging for forgiveness for being upset about something that they did to you. Make it make sense, right? There's like at least two energies I see around you that are sitting there, and they're like, can you believe that person? Can you believe that person being so upset that I hurt them intentionally? Like that type of energy is literally, right? And I got to point out, I usually see energy like that with someone who thinks that they're really cool, right? Like energy that's got, like, I see like a big head who thinks that, like, that simply thinks that the benefit of, like, the benefit of a friendship is the fact that you just get to be around them. I'm just telling, and I want you to understand the fact that they're talking about them, like the fact that they're like gagging over this, like they're going like it's disgusting, is because I feel like this person is actually a spiritual baddie. And then the thing about that I'm seeing here, which is like, and here's the thing about spiritual baddies. Spiritual baddies are like, it's not pretty, right? Like it's not. Spiritual baddies are spiritual baddies. The reason we say they're spiritual baddies because we're like, it's not pretty. It's rough. It's rough on those spiritual streets. Yeah, it's rough. It's rough. It's tough, right? It's not about working through things in a way by which you worry so much about what others think, so much as right? So much as when you know you're doing the right thing, who gives when you know, and here, this is what they're saying, like this is the type of confidence I see this person exuding, which is like this is someone who says when they know when it's the right thing to do, right? They'll tell everybody. They'll tell everybody They're saying their mother, son, sister, cousin, first brother, like brother first removed. They'll tell everyone where they can stick their opinion on something, right? Because that's the way that that's the way that this energy moves, right? They don't look around when I don't know why they keep on pointing out some kind of energy that you're healing from that used to look around all around before they would make a decision, right? Like a lot of this, like my neck hurts, right? They're giving me like they're saying to me like that gives you a neck cramp, right? Energy that when you ask them something, instead of just responding, they go like this. Everybody else, oh, I'll do, yeah, like that type of energy. So I want you to be very like that like, and I feel like that's the thing about it. And here's the thing too. Like they're articulating upon the fact that they have a strong opinion, but they don't mind arguing about that opinion, right? Like it's giving me a lot of that. It's giving me a lot of that, and because they're articulating too that if their opinion can be shaken, then it wasn't a very, very good opinion to begin with. So there's something there's like, and here's the thing, there's a lot of strong T energy around this person, right? And I like to point out sometimes when I read for individuals, like, and there's a little bit of a joke around this because sometimes a Queen of Wands in its reversal is actually a Queen of Wands and it's upright for that reason, right? Because often, like, that's what it feels like to occupy the space of a Queen of Wands, right? Like like that's what it effectively means. Like there you'll go, there you are with Queen of Wands energy, right? And then there's others being like, and here's the thing about it. Like when others are looking for attaches, they will criticize someone for being too confident, right? Because they'll be like, oh, they'll be like they're a lost cause. Why? Because you can't make an attache out of them, right? You're not an attache. You're not somebody's plus one. But I feel like that's the thing about in terms of them identifying and saying, can you move towards your like you asked about feeling awkward. No, I am here to deliver the message. I'm gonna hold your hand. I'm gonna hold your hand because I'm me holding your hand is them holding your hand and saying, right? If you want to move towards your purpose, prepare for the awkwardness. Okay. If you want to move towards your purpose, it's gonna be awkward in the best way possible. In the best way possible, it's gonna be awkward, right? Because there's no awkwardness, right? There's no awkwardness. What if all of this awkwardness was the sound of you finding your home, right? What if the journey of finding yourself was simply as easy as finding the space where you felt most comfortable? And unfortunately, right? Unfortunately, when we're looking on the journey of finding what feels comfortable, we're going to have to navigate some discomfort on the way. And here's the thing about it, that discomfort that you feel, right? That is your compass. That is your compass, right? What if the discomfort you feel is your compass working? How does that change your opinion of it? Right? Is it, right? And here's the thing about it. The way you can tell is if the discomfort, if you can't articulate why you feel uncomfortable, well, that's a compass check moment, right? But if you can be very clear, right? If you can be very clear and specific upon why you feel uncomfortable, then that's your compass guiding you to a safer shore. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Ava. And if this message connected to you, oh, bottom of the deck, I almost forgot. Yeah, trust, right? There's nothing awkward about you. It's just a situation of learning to trust that compass, right? Learning to trust that compass. Because I'll tell you right now, I'll just tell you right now, this energy I'm seeing could not care less. Could not care less. I mean, listen, they care about others' discomfort. The only time you should care about others' discomfort is if another person can actually articulate why you're letting them down. Right? if another person can articulate their, you see that, right? Unless there's a note attached, right? Then don't let, like, don't, like, there they are, right? Because that's how you're going to find them, right? Every step that you move away from discomfort to comfortability is a step closer to them. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Ava. And if this message connected to you as well, this is very common for those um, who need these messages. Hold on, I just have to write this in your book because they're being very insistent. Let that discomfort be the compass that leads you to a safer shore. Got it. Okay. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Ava. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal reads right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. I've got 3 spots available today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Grand Rising, Team Lasana. Good to see you today. Oh, Bridget, sending you so much support on that journey, dear. Mm-hmm. Hold on, I'm just reading back on some of the comments too. And Serenity, thank you for becoming the 92nd member of my fan club. Thank you for the follow, dear, as well. Bridget, definitely feeling wonky. Everything around me feels self-serving at the moment. Sorry, I'm just reading back on your comments, Bridget. That's what I meant in relationality to the narrow-mindedness. Yeah. Everything matters, Philadelphia. Yeah. I hope that you find support in that healing journey. Absolutely. Yeah, there are many people I've moved away from within the last, and I think that this is why we're reading your comments now, right? Because the ability to explain and articulate why is the fortification point. Yeah, you've let them go. Sending you support, Bridget. I know that was a heck of a way to I feel like that was a lot of that closure point in that book too. Mm-hmm. Someone's acting like that. Ugh, I'm sending you so much support, Bridget. Ugh, thank you guys for supporting each other in these comments. Yeah, and that's what I meant about it not being the right day, wrong day, right? And I've got you as well, Ava. Excellent. Oh, sending you support, Cheryl. Absolutely. And thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments over on the place where we keep the videos. Oh, confirmation. They were really loud about their spirituality. Yeah, that's what I was getting. Like, this energy is not going to be loud about their spirituality, but I feel like I keep on getting I feel like it says to me like those like it says like somebody who touts their spirituality, but then they're not doing anything from an empathetic place. It's like somebody who tries to talk about the fact that they're trying to protect their spirituality instead of actually caring about others was what I was getting. Yeah. Oh, thank you. Sending you so much support on that journey, Ava. Absolutely. And thank you guys as well for supporting each other in in the comments. Yeah, you were there too. You used to say yes to every time. Now it's maybe to a no. Yeah, I've been saying that more and working on not feeling guilty for it. Grand Rising, dear. Hi there, Blair. If you'd like to get on the list, all you need to do is send a donation via my tree that is being sent in my bio, and you'll be able to get on the list. Thank you, Blair, and 123 for the follow. And Movement, thank you for those heart me's. Yeah, but James, that's what we're seeing that they were healing from. Like that's the stuff in the past that they're letting go of. Grand Rising, delighted. Thank you for confirmation, Ed. We haven't started the collective yet, Kath. We've got 2 more individuals on the list before we begin the collective. That's so interesting. So Alexandra was trying to write something during your reading, Ava, and she it autocorrected to tragica, right? Which is which is like it's somebody it's somebody who effectively art like it's like somebody who's trying to turn their tragedy into art, right? Yeah, it's yeah, exactly. The audacity. Sending you support, Alexandra, as well. Oh, that's kind of you to say, Blair. If you'd like to get on the list, all you need to do is send the donation. Also, those who are super fam always get a free one card each day. And thank you for sharing the live, Ellen. Thank you for reposting. Grand Rising, dear. Good to see you today. Excellent. Thank you as well, Minnie. All right, let's get to it. The next person we're reading for today, if Pieces is not here, the next person we're reading for today is Hannah. Hannah, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Oh. Oh, really? That confirmation. So, Alexandra, confirmation, they were both artists. Okay. Oh, that's so wild. And oh my gosh, oh God, so Alexandra, so Ava, Alexandra said that when she accidentally autocorrected to it, what do you think was the gift that came up next to it? Two masks. Two masks. The theater masks. That's wild. All right, let's continue right now. Next person we're reading for today is going to be, we are reading, next person on the list right now is Hannah. Second call for Hannah. Hannah, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? If Hannah is not here, then the next person on the list for today is going to be Lisa. I'm looking for Hannah, I'm looking for Pieces, or I'm looking for Lisa. Second call right now for Hannah, Pieces, or Lisa. If Hannah, Pieces, okay. If not, we are going to get started on our daily collective. Oh, but Lisa, wait. I apologize, Lisa. You came on afterwards, right? You're the first person we're gonna read once we do the daily collective. That was my error, dear. Yes, if that, but yep, you're gonna be first on the list. Thank you, though. Absolutely. Perfect. Okay, so we are going to get started on today's on today's daily collective. In the meantime, if you want to get on the list today, we've got 3 spots available before the list will be closed. It's 3 cards for, okay, I appreciate, oh, you're on a road trip. That's so exciting. Okay, well, remember, I do not want you receiving a reading if you're operating a vehicle. Okay, so I wish you even better if you're currently this is even better because it gives you some time to move before we have to focus on what we're doing here. Okay, perfect. All right, 1 second, please. Just a reminder to those joining us, if you guys could do me a favor, um, if you guys do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. Make sure anyone who wants to catch this reading live is here to receive it. But before we get started on today's daily collective read, we are going to warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. That's perfect timing, Lisa. I love to hear that. Excellent. And before we get started, though, I've got the animal oracle cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the cat. We will do that again after our daily collective. In the meantime, as I mentioned, we are going to get started on today's daily collective. But if you would like to get on the list today, the list, we've got 3 spots available. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings. And you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. When we get to 50K likes, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective over on the Clock app. And for those whoever gives the highest gift between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read will also be winning a free reading. Serenity. I'm going to read the list right now for anyone who's on the list. Individuals, so we offer 1 card readings for those who are super fam, and we do that typically once we finish all of the reads. So I don't see that you're I will read the list that I have right now. The list that I have for readings is Pieces, Hannah, Lisa, Angelica, and Tempest. Now, if you have sent in a donation and I have not called your name, just let me know the location that you sent the donation to with just the initial. I don't need the full name of it, and I will confirm your place on the list. Simultaneously and similarly, if you have a reading that's held and would like to be added back to the hold list, I just need to know the date that you were added to the hold list, and I'll be happy to add you back as well. That said, if you guys could do me a favor and share this live right now, I would appreciate it. Make sure anyone who would like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. That said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Welcome, everyone. Happy Monday. I'm the Great Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Monday, July 27th, 2026. We are going to be doing tarot astrology today. We are going to be starting today with our Pisces. Pisces, sun, moon, and rising. What do we have coming up for you on the horizon? 3 cards, please. 1, 2, 3. We've got here the Devil card in its reversal, in combination with our Ace of Cups in its reversal, in combination with our 8 of Cups in its upright. I feel like there's something that we see that's potentially happening right now for those with Piscean placements as it relates to and I'm seeing this across a lot of different signs right now. When we were effectively talking about this, we were talking about this previously before we even started today's podcast. There's something very important that we identify as it relates to working through the energy that it effectively takes to try to offer help to things. And you have to understand, like, and Pisces, I know that you understand this intimately, right? It's not about asking for credit for things. Nothing has anything to do with credit. There's a huge difference between credit and appreciation. And what do we mean about the difference between credit and appreciation? Appreciation, right? And here's the thing about it. And here's the thing, and I feel like this is an argument that maybe some Pisceans are having with someone, right? Um, Another person articulating upon credit when Pisces are looking for appreciation is often the understanding of being able to be effectively fully seen by another, right? It's the quality and condition by which another person fully recognizes and identifies the the nature of our own personhood, right? And so this is why we see that for a lot of the energy working through that understanding or that observation or that work that they themselves effectively do to try to facilitate upon things, what we recognize there is the space by which we are able to identify, right, another that holds us energetically gently in the same context, right? Because it's that observation, right? It's that work that we do to energetically facilitate that is where we see that kindness comes through, right? And this is why you'll often see this with Piscean placements, right? Pisceans don't necessarily stick around to explain to someone why one should be kind, right? Because you ever notice this? Like, you never do you feel more like that's crazy making, right? Like that's crazy. Like, like the sound of crazy making is literally having to walk someone through the importance of kindness, right? Because it's the minute that someone says, like, why should I be kind? That you effectively look at someone and be like, are you okay? Like, it's like, it's those moments that sometimes feel like they take your breath away, right? And the thing about it is I feel like in some way, shape, form, or fashion, right, like Piscean energy is going through something in that capacity, which is being like, I don't, like, you don't need to explain to someone why they should choose kindness. And if somebody said, like, and I almost see it as being like, I see some kind of Piscean energy being like, if I have to explain to you why one should be kind in the context of your choice, right? Like, and there's that bottom of the deck that we see for the Pisceans being like, like, I feel like I see that, like Pisceans, like, going through something, being like, I can't even explain what's wrong. Like, because it's the observation of someone that's completely lacking of empathy. Right? Like, that's what, like, the Pisces goes, if you see someone being like, why would you choose kindness? Being like, you have a good day, right? Like, this is like the Pisces just like walking, like backing away, right? Because it's the understanding that you should not have to, like, you can't, it's like there's no conversating with a void space, right? And I think that this is, the thing about it is, I think that sometimes for those with Piscean placements, if it feels like you're explaining something obvious, just return back to your standards. Okay? Like, if it feels like you're, and I like to point out, like, give someone the benefit of the doubt. Like, don't assume someone around you is trying to do something in a callous way until you've brought it forth to them, how it might appear that way. Thank you so much to my Pisces. Next sign that we are going to be reading for right now is going to be our Aquarians. Aquarius, sun, moon, or rising. Can I please get three cards, please? Three cards, please. Whoop, they came out fast, and that's not three. That's a lot of cards. Oh my gosh, hold on. There's so many cards here for Aquarius. I'm not surprised. We're coming into an Aquarius full moon. Okay, let's see. Give me a minute. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that makes sense. So, what I'm seeing for a lot of Aquarius placements right now is that this is a ton of cards here. Okay? And the thing we have to energetically recognize, and I feel like Aquarians, you understand this, okay? Um, when we are working to prioritize, right? Like when we're working to prioritize, then like I just keep on hearing this for Aquarians. Our priorities are our prize, right? And when we identify, and the reason we, and I like to point this, there's something very interesting about the word prize that we sometimes don't take into consideration, which is prize. Like, prize is to pull something away from something, right? Like, there's a word prize that we have that identifies something that is like something that we receive, versus the word prize, which is the identification of trying to, like, having to effectively pull something away from another. And when you think about the fact that this is effectively the origin of the word prize, right? Because you've noticed the thing with prizes is, like, a prize is something that's often handed back and forth. Like, there's one thing and it's moved around. Um, then you understand, right? That, and the reason I feel like that's coming up for Aquarians is because I feel like there's a conversation that we see that occurs, that you may be having right now, that identifies and articulates upon um, what we focus on, right? what we focus on becomes our prize point, right? And why do we say what we focus on becomes our prize point? Because it's the observation by which we effectively can't turn away from it, right? It's the identification point that the things that we work upon are our energetic focus, which is why we do a lot of work, right? We do a lot of work in terms of not being hard on ourselves when it comes to working through things, right? Not being hard on ourselves when we're navigating or experiencing something, but understanding that focus takes effort, right? There's not a single Aquarian on this earth that doesn't understand this, right? Focus Focus is something that can be that is often the identification or the work that one does in a space or place by which everything, like when everything feels like it's energetically distracting, right? Our ability to effectively focalize is often the point by which we're also vocalizing. So being able to effectively articulate upon our energetic desires allows us to be able to energetically work through things, but not just in the context by which we're able to work through them, but in the context by which we allow others to know where our mind is upon things. So I feel like that's something very important, because the thing I will say right now with a lot of these cards that I'm seeing around Aquarian energy is it could be feeling like there's a lot of moving parts right now, right? It could be feeling like it's interesting because there isn't a two of pentacles on the table, but the cards I'm seeing feel very akin to a two of pentacles, which is understanding that our capacity, right, our capacity to articulate and to identify what we feel energetically capable of is often the space by which we identify or articulate upon being energetically available for it. So there's something very interesting I see there, because I feel like this is either Aquarian energy that is articulating upon the fact that there were like one being very proud, like the energy feeling kind of the fruits of one's efforts in relationality to having some kind of accomplishments, in relationality to something that one is working to focus upon right now, or simultaneously, right? Potentially articulating to another, right? Articulating to another um how, right? I just keep on seeing like allowing others to help the self, right? Because when another person, like when one identifies, and I just feel like this is coming through, when one identifies that one is at capacity, right? And another person says, let me help you with that. That is the sound of compassion, right? That's the sound of compassion that's coming forth towards the self. But I feel like, and I feel like this is what Aquarian, like something that about, like I'm seeing here that Aquarians are navigating is, um, you don't want to create an impossibility impasse. And I feel like sometimes Aquarians get very frustrated on this. An impossibility impasse is somebody who's constantly articulating upon the fact that they're energetically overburdened, and then then also refusing support, right? Like you can't do both. You can't occupy both of those positions, because that would be described as an impasse. So I feel like that's why we see, right? I feel like that is the energy that's potentially articulating or navigating situations by which they're communicating upon an impasse, or they're identifying or building into into the space of being energetically proud in terms of being able to reestablish or reaffirm accomplishment on something that one is energetically focusing upon. Could be for Aquarians right now, both at once. Continuing to get clarification, the next sign we're reading for today is, we are reading on to, hold on a minute. The next sign we're reading for today are going to be our Capricorns. Capricorn, sun, moon, and rising. What do we have coming through right now? Mm. Mm-hmm. we've got the King of Pentacles in its upright. We've got the Hanged Man in its upright. And we've got the Tower in its upright. You know, it's interesting. It's interesting what I'm basically seeing here for Capricorn energy. And we're gonna talk about this, right? Um, because my Capricorns, I know, like, here's the thing about it, right? I always like to read into Capricorn energy, because Capricorn energy, and here's the, like, the best way I can describe it with Capricorn energy is like, how are things going with that person that let you down that one time? I am not saying that. I am not saying that in a mean way, because it, like, the answer is always the answer. The thing about it you have to understand is the answer with Capricorns always is crickets. Okay. Because and this is what you need to, and this is the thing about it, okay? Listen, Capricorns, if another person lets you down, it's not your fault. And that's the thing about it, because I know, like, when I see energy like this with Capricorn energy, right? The most dangerous sound, right? The most dangerous sound you can ever hear out of the lips of a Capricorn, okay? There is this one sound that can come out of the lips of a Capricorn, and the sound is, "It was my fault, really." Right? when you hear when you hear a Capricorn, when you hear a Capricorn, right? When you hear because there's a certain curvature, right? When you hear that sound, just start backing up, right? There's a certain tone that they hit. There's a certain tone that a Capricorn hits. It goes, I have no one to blame but myself, right? Like, I have no one to blame but myself. Because in that moment, that Capricorn is about to let all all HE double hockey sticks let loose, right? It's the last sound you ever hear. The last sound you will ever hear around a Capricorn in your entire life. You'll go, it was my fault, really. And then just black. Like, just, like, what happened after that? No idea. No idea. Can't remember anything, right? Because it's that is the wind up, right? That is the wind up, because that is about, right? That is a Capricorn that's about to let loose in terms of what it was they were trying to energetically offer you, right? And that's the thing. And here's the thing about it. And this is my sympathy point for Cap. I understand it, right? Because that is the sound, right? Because that is the sound of a Capricorn saying to another person, "I put my hope in you. What did you do with my hope?" Right? Like, what did you do with my hope? Where's my hope? I want my hope back. Like, because Capricorns, I just want to point this out. Okay, Aries show up with very little patience. Okay, Aries, you look at everything that Aries shows up with. Aries, not a lot of patience there. Okay, not a lot of patience. Capricorn, Capricorn, Capricorn shows up, right? Just a just a little bit of hope. A little bit of hope. Capricorn looks around, goes, where are you guys getting all that hope from? Capricorn's like, just this little bit, this little light, this little bit of hope, right? And so when Capricorns put that hope in places, right? And here's the thing about it. Capricorns are very good at being able to identify, right, where they pin their hope, right? Because and here's the thing about it, right? Some certain signs recognize it, right? And this is the thing about it. Someone like Leos will often recognize this real good. There's a couple signs that totally understand Capricorns, right? Be like, why isn't that person speaking to me? Well, they pin their hope on you? What'd you do with it? But here's the thing. I want to point this out, right? And this is what I'll say to my Capricorns, right? Make sure that you're articulating, okay? Make sure that you're articulating to another what one energetically expects, right? Here's the thing about it, right? A healthy hope is a hope expressed, right? A healthy hope is a hope expressed. So our ability, our ability to express what we're energetically hoping for allows for the best possibility to occur. And I know that this is hard for you, right? I know that you are not. This is the thing. I know, Capricorns, I know that you are not in the business of liking to tell others what you're hoping upon, but sometimes you have to understand hope is rope. Okay. I know hope is sometimes rope, which says that sometimes if you show somebody like what you're especially like what you are, what another person does with your hope tells you everything you need to know about them, right? It's not the space by which you should be mad at yourself, by which you articulate it. You have to recognize that it allows for the space of another person to be able to grab onto it as well. Okay. Right? So just be conscientious about that is what we're seeing right now. Thank you so much to my Capricorns. The next sign that we're reading into right now is going to be, we are reading into our Sagittarians. Yeah, Sagittarius. This is like a message from Sag going to Capricorn. Three cards. Yeah, three cards from my Sages. Hmm. What's going on, Sag? Hmm. 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 What's going on, my Sages? Oh, we got a Two of Cups here, and it's upright. Oh, we got a Moon card, and it's upright. Oh, we got an Empress card, and it's reversal. Hmm. Okay. All right. Let's talk about it. Here's the thing. Here's the thing with Sagittarians, right? Okay. Um, and here, like, Sagittarian energy absolutely adores it when, like, here's, I just keep on hearing like Sagittarian energy going, you don't have to do that, right? And I almost hear somebody saying to Sagittarian energy, we don't have to do anything, right? It's not about, not about what we have to do, right? It's about what it's about what we energetically aspire for, is what I keep on getting. And again, it's interesting too because like I like, and Sagittarians get this, right? Sagittarians understand that um the capacity to be delighted exists in the state or nature by which, like, and here's the beautiful thing about an expectation. Right? Nothing, no surprise is ruined with an expectation, right? Because when there's an expectation, right? Like like, and here's the thing, and here's the thing about when it comes to Sagittarians and expectations, right? Sagittarians are often in the space, you have to understand this, and when you understand this about Sagittarians, you're very, very conscientious. There is the best Sagittarian you've ever met slowing things down for you, right? There's the best Sagittarian you've ever met slowing their pace, right? Slowing their pace. There's the best Sagittarian, right? Doing everything that, very similar to Aries in this way. There is the Sagittarian that is effectively slowing their pace for everyone energetically around them. Okay? And then, and there's very little, and that is the like, and no, and then meanwhile, right? Sagittarian isn't saying anything about it whole time, right? There's that Sagittarian that's slowing down for everyone, until someone calls that Sagittarian a slowpoke, right? Until someone tries to articulate to a Sagittarian, right? There's the best Sagittarian you ever met. And what is somebody, the last sound you ever hear with a Sagittarian, someone saying you're slowing me down, right? And this is when that happens, right? When that happens, you are about, right? What is about to happen with that Sagittarian? In that moment, in that energetic expression, in that observation of the Sagittarian who's been slowing something down the whole energetic time, right? And the double weight that occurs by which another person tries to articulate that they're impeding something, that Sagittarian will show you so quickly that you will see that Sagittarian energy defy expectations in a way that will make your head spin, because it is in that moment, right? It is in that moment that you understand, right? That they were doing you a courtesy. They were doing you there was that energy, right? There was that energy doing you an energetic courtesy. There was that energy doing you an energetic courtesy in the context of being able to recognize and identify, right? The fact that they were moving more slowly for the self. So, and I think that that's really important about that, because, and I want to describe this. This is sometimes hard, right? And I'll just point out, this is sometimes hard for Sagittarians to explain to others as it relates to why a potential relationship ended, right? Because there's not really a word for it. There's not a word to explain to somebody the observation of slowing, of intentionally, right, allowing oneself to, when we care about each other, and this is, you have to understand, relationships are not impediments, right? Relationships are not impediments, but there are those, right, those who are on ambition paths, right, will often try to articulate that a relationship is an impediment, and Sagittarians will not, right? Sagittarians will absolutely not stick around for anyone who sees a relationship as an impediment, right? Because what will Sagittarians say? That's not an impediment. That's a whole person, right? That's a whole person you're talking about. How dare you, right? How dare you look at a person as an impediment, right? That is often, and like that that the audacity, and that's the thing about it, a Sagittarian will leave a situation with that audacity in their mouth, and they won't stick around to explain it, right? They won't stick around to explain it because they're too disgusted by it. So I feel like that's something, and I'll put it this way, right? Maybe maybe someone needs those words, Sag. Maybe you articulating upon those words protects another person from having to experience it too. That's all I'm going to say about it. Okay. I'm going to say, I know that you, right? I know that you are like, I know that you don't have anything to say about it, but, right, our ability to talk about it, our ability to talk about it protects others from it. Okay. Right. That is not, and I keep on saying that is not, right. That is not you singing the hurt song. Okay. That's not you singing the hurt song. That's you, right? That's you that's you like lighting a torch, right? Which is helping another person be able to see something with clarity so that they don't have to experience it other way, the same way that you did. Thank you so much to my Sages. Continuing right now, the next sign we're reading for today is going to be our Scorpios. Scorpio, sun, moon, and rising. What do we got coming through right now? 3 cards, please. And one more. Got you. We've got the Emperor card in its reversal, the 7 of Cups in its reversal, and the Six of Cups in its reversal. Um, I feel like, there's something important that I'm seeing here. There's something very interesting that, Scorpio, you kind of understand this, right? Which is, there's something very profoundly beautiful in the context of having those around us that do not take things personally, right? Like I keep on, and like scorpionic energy understands this. Like, behold the profound beauty of someone that does not take something personally, right? Because the way I like to describe it is, and here's the thing about it. um Scorpio, you've got this incredible ability to get lost in your own headspace, right? The thing about it with scorpionic energy is almost perpetually spending so much of their time worried about how other people might be taking something the wrong way. Okay? Like, this is why I always like to point out, like, scorpionic energy is often having to feel like they're over concentrating on what I like to describe as the antidote, which is potentially feeling like they always have to be the antidote in every circumstance or experience or situation, right? Like working something through and being like, oh my gosh, what if they took that the wrong way? Now what am I going to do? Oh, that's probably what they're thinking, right? Like, scorpionic energy is like constantly having to go through this, right? And it's like, do you know how exhausting that is? Like, do you know how exhausting it is to have to constantly be hyper vigilant around circumstances or situations by which you're perpetually and like exhausted about individuals taking something the wrong way? Which is why when scorpionic energy finds, right, find someone that doesn't take things personally, right? Scorpionic energy is like, this is the best person. This is the best person. Because, like, Scorpionic energy is like, my precious, right? Because, like, you will see, like, what are you holding there, Scorpio? I'm holding my precious. Okay, but what is precious about it? They don't take things personally. It's the funniest thing you've ever seen. Because that's it. Like, that's the Scorpionic's precious energy. They're like, oh my god, I found one that doesn't take it personally, right? Because when someone stops taking things personally, you can start doing things profoundly, right? That's like, you don't, because it's like, because it literally, it gives, like, it's like Scorpio energy being like, I got a whole room back in my head thanks to this person. You know what I mean? They're like, we just, like, look, we just got an extension on the brain mansion. We just got an extension. Why? Because this person doesn't take things personally, right? Like, all of that space, like space saving. Like, look how efficient. Look, it's so much bigger in here, right? It's like, that's how they, like, it's a gift. It's a relief. It's like the nicest thing ever. And all it takes, right? It's like, all it takes is I just, all it takes is like getting over like the egoic journey. Like, that's a hard thing. It's like, that's the hard thing with Scorpio. All it takes is getting over the egoic journey. So, like, even in the context by which, like, Scorpios are often working through that, it's like, it's Scorpio also understanding how hard it is, right? It's hard. It's the hardest thing. But the thing about it is, and I think that this is what's important about it, is there's something very, significant to recognize and identify as it relates to the state or nature by which we're able to effectively express or articulate what we mean to one another, right? And the thing about it is, and you'll often see this, like, especially when it comes to scorpionic energy, is like Scorpios, like, I know that, like, there's nothing like that Scorpios find more cringe inducing than trying to work through, right? There's nothing more devastating on this earth than someone that tries to look at us and say, how do you feel about me? Right? Because the sound of somebody saying, how you feel about me, is often the sound of another person putting, uh, creating something out of nothing, right? Because it's a convenient question, right? Because the thing about it is when someone says, how do you feel about me? It means that they're articulating, that they're questioning their feelings about you, right? Isn't that interesting? Isn't that always the way it is? Right? This is why often, like, that's the thing that's so wild about it. There's somebody, right? When somebody says, how do you feel about me? And it's just somebody who's basically just revealed the fact that they're questioning their feelings about you, because it's a space of saying, like, it's a conversation, right? That feels like the energetic projection point, because even when we care about each other profoundly, right? Like, it's anxiety inducing. It's just like, it's literally it's literally like somebody throwing an anxiety device in the middle of a relationship, because it really says that somebody's effectively in the space by which they want more energetic attention upon it. So that observation, even in that context, you'll often see, like, in the context by which somebody says, how do you feel about me? You'll often see Scorpionic energy be like, I'm out of here, right? Because it's that moment by which, like, they don't hear somebody saying, how do you feel about me, right? You hear somebody saying, I'm questioning how I feel about you, right? And so, even in that space, make sure that you're communicating to another person why that question is so loaded, right? It's a loaded question. So, make sure, and here's the thing I'll say about it. Sometimes, listen, Scorpios, sometimes individuals don't realize they're asking loaded questions, but your ability to articulate and ask why someone would ask a loaded question will tell you everything you need to know about how you have to energetically address it, right? What a loaded question. All right, thank you so much for having that reading with me, Scorpio. Next sign that we're reading on today is going to be, we've got our Libras. Libra, Sun, Moon, and Rising. 3 cards, please. We've got the Eight of Cups in its reversal, and we've got the Page of Pentacles in its reversal, and we have the Knight of Wands in its reversal. So, what are we identifying that we see that a lot of the Libras are going through right now? The thing with a lot of this energy right now, Libra, is, and I want to point this out, um, the thing I always identify with Libras is Libras have no, speaking about, it's interesting because I feel like we see Scorpionic energy right now working through loaded questions. Libra energy does not like loaded scales, right? There's something very important that you have to understand when it comes to Libras, and Libras pick up on this very quickly, which is the recognition or observation of when another person does not want to give another person, right, the opportunity to effectively make an energetic choice by trying to frame, right, to try to frame a false choice by two options, right? It's trying to work into the space of trying to create a lot of different options that are basically the same choice, right? And the thing about it is, when Libra energy picks up upon conditions like that, you'll often see, right? You'll often see Libra energy working through the acknowledgement or the observation of what it means to work, like you'll see a Libra become a Scorpio so quickly, right? And it's funny too, because I always like to point this out, and it has to do with the sign work between a Scorpio and a Libra, which is like, when a Scorpio is in defense mode, they'll become like, when somebody will, you can move a Scorpio into becoming like a Libra, and something has gone really far beyond if a Scorpio has to act like a Libra, like they're the fact that they have to be the force of balance. The same thing happens with a Libra that has to become a Scorpio, right? Because a Libra having to become a Scorpio effectively articulates the space by which a Libra would rather assume, right? A Libra would rather assume that everybody is working towards energetic balance, right? There's like the best Libra you know that's assuming or running on the assumption that everybody's working towards that same energetic balance point. But the context or the understanding or the quality and condition wherein another individual starts to bring false choices to a Libra, you will see a Libra become a Scorpio so quick because it's the observation or the understanding of saying, I need to have some answers to these questions, right? Because, and this is why Libras understand fundamentally that every question is a healthy question, right? Every question is a healthy question. And the reason that we effectively identify that every question is a healthy question is because when we're working into the context of being able to recognize or identify what feels energetically supportive, then the ability by which we're able to learn more and understand helps us to support each other even further. So this is why we see that for a lot of the energy doing that work, being able to recognize and articulate upon what one feels supportive, and at the same time working into the context by which one is effectively identifying or working into the space of identifying and recognizing things, bottom of the deck, right? It helps one save from situations and circumstances from individuals who effectively aren't necessarily looking for conversation so much as potentially looking to energetically exhaust, right? And what do we mean by things that are energetically exhaustive? Things that are energetically exhaustive are often working into the space by which another individual, right, is effectively identifying and recognizing or working into a force of intention by which they're not necessarily willing to enter a conversation so much as they're in the space by which they're desiring to have their own feelings expressed. And the truth of it is what we effectively identify is the state or nature by which we effectively work through things is the identification by which we are having a healthy, harmonious conversation that we are effectively experiencing or understanding the desire to learn more. And here's the thing that Libras are very good at being able to tell the difference to. The difference between an individual that asks a question specifically for the desire to be able to understand and expound upon their own knowledge base versus questions that unnecessarily challenge things in the state or nature by which it reinforces another person's opinion, right? And here's the thing about it that's incredible. Libras have a beautiful ability to tell the difference between somebody who asks a question in an expansive way, right? The only way we can approach a healthy question is with a space of humility, right? The observation by which when we ask a question, we come towards the question innocently. And the innocent question is one by which we effectively, right? And this is what we identify as student energy, the space by which we ask something because we have a desire to energetically expand and expound upon what we feel, versus those who aren't actually asking questions. They're making statements and they're throwing a question mark upon it because they already have the answer, right? And that's rhetoric. So this is beautiful because for a lot of the Libra energy, being able to articulate the difference between the honest question, that is the identification of being able to expound and expand upon a knowledge base, versus a rhetorical question. And a rhetorical question is one that another person is asking the question so that they can whack back as soon as they have the answer, right? The expected, the reasonable answer by which they've already prepared a response to it. That often we see that when Libra energy sees that quality in someone, they move away from them and they don't come back. Because the thing is, you can't get anywhere with someone that's more focused on rhetoric than understanding, right? Because those who are rhetorical just crave combat. So that's what we see for a lot of the Libra energy. So hopefully, if you're experiencing that Libra, your ability to help identify or articulate, explain to another the difference will help to reinforce the conversations that you're available for versus the conversations that you're effectively walking away from. Continuing to get clarification, moving through the sign work right now, the next sign that we're effectively reading for is going to be our Virgos. Virgos, sun, moon, and rising. What do we have coming through right now? Can I get 3 cards right now for our Virgos? We've got here the 9 of Wands in its upright. We've got the 8 of Wands in its reversal. And we have the 5 of Pentacles in its upright. So what are we effectively identifying in relationality to a lot of that work? So what we're basically seeing for Virgo energy right now, I feel like there's something really important, Virgos, about working into the context of not being too hard on the self, right? Especially in situations and circumstances by which you yourself are effectively trying to work through things. The best way I can effectively articulate or identify what we're seeing here is healthy situations, right? And I just need to say this. Healthy situations do not necessarily require your perpetual presence in them, okay? I'm going to say that again because I think it's really important. Healthy situations do not require your perpetual presence in them to stay healthy. And I feel like that's really important because often, right? And especially like there's a connection point that I often make with the Virgo energy and this card that has to do with the like one's own eye, like that this in a, like there's something very profoundly important connected to Virgo here, right? Because and this is what I mean about it, right? Because you have to understand, and I like to, I'm excited to teach about this card because I feel like we often don't see this enough with this card. There's something very significant about the identification point of the hands being over the eyes in the framework of this card, because when one is working through, right, this is what trauma does, right? trauma trauma tries to trauma tries to blame our lack of presence in things for things that other people don't want to be wholly responsible for, right? That observation, the shape of trauma, the shape of trauma that is often articulated upon, right? The nature by which another person tries to say, oh, well, it's your fault because you weren't being vigilant on something. That's not a healthy place, right? Because healthy places do not require our vigilance in order to be well tended, right? Healthy places do not require perpetual vigilance in order to be well tended. And the observation of understanding and working through that, right? This is why we understand. And I feel like it's important because I feel like there's something about this period of time where there may be a lot of trauma that's like I've told you, we had a Capricorn full moon, right? We had a Capricorn full moon last month. And a Capricorn full moon can often be the shape of recognizing or identifying old tendencies that have a tendency of rising up to the surface. But and this is what I like to point out, right? When we observe that our tendencies arrive in order to be tended, how does that change? How does that change our relationship and nature to them, right? The old tendencies that arise in order to be tended, right? Then it allows us the context by which we ourselves are able to effectively identify and recognize and put our attention towards things. And in the space by which we're able to put our attention towards them, then we are simultaneously able to heal from them. And the bottom of the deck on it though is, and here's the thing that we see, particularly with there's a lot of eight energy that I'm identifying right now in terms of Virgo. And the thing I'm seeing in terms of that energy is the observation or the working through of situations and circumstances. This is also why, and I feel like this is something that's sometimes difficult for Virgos to do. It's understanding that sometimes if we stay, if when we try, and it's similar, cancers often have this same moment, right? Because when we're navigating through uncomfortability, our tendency is to move away from it, right? Like the state or nature by which we feel uncomfortable is often the space by which we sometimes feel the desire to depart. But when we leave situations that are uncomfortable, right, we miss the healing moment, right? Right, when we leave situations that are uncomfortable, sometimes there's a healing moment on the other side of them, right? And that observation of allowing ourselves to effectively, and here's the thing about it, right, not staying, right? And this is what I feel like this is often what happens with those with Virgo placements, right? It's not about remaining in the discomfort perpetually, right? It's not about maintaining or staying within discomfort perpetually, but giving, right? Giving another person the opportunity to see or to identify the healing that can occur on the other side of that. I feel like that is you giving yourself compassion. So make sure that you're identifying and giving yourself compassion if you're going through that, because when we start putting, like, before you effectively leave a situation, try putting some compassion there to see if that changes the nature of what you're energetically experiencing, right? Don't allow the frustration to compound. But when you feel frustration compounding, try putting compassion there and see, right? See what effectively rises up in that context. And I feel like that's either Virgo energy guiding someone through this or recognizing a space by which someone did not give that to them in the past. Thank you so much for that reading, Virgos. The next sign we're reading into right now is, one moment, please. We are going to be continuing right now for our Leos. Leo, Sun, Moon, and Rising. Sun, Moon, and Rising. What do we have coming through right now? We've got the Nine of Cups in its upright, the King of Wands in its reversal, and the Lover's card in its reversal. So, what? I feel like there's something very profound. There's something very energetically profound that we're potentially seeing right now in terms of some of this energy. And I like to point it out. The thing with, oh my goodness, how do I walk this through? It's hard because I want to explain to something to those with Leo placements that I know that you just know intuitively. But it's funny too, because I was just saying to Virgos, like, have you tried putting compassion on it? I feel like Leos are going through the opposite, right? There is no amount of compassion you can put towards, in like, someone who's too deep in their ego, and that's the hard thing. Like Leos, like my dear Leos, you know this intuitively, right? I always like to make a joke that there's not a single Leo on this earth that does not feel firmly to the core of their being that there isn't a situation by which a good hug, right, the right hug couldn't fix it. you know like it's those observations or those circumstances by which one effectively sees someone, right? And that's why they like those, like Leos will see someone that's acting like awful and be like, when was the last time someone hugged you? Like they'll be like, they'll just look someone, they'll just say, when was the last time you were hugged? And they know the answer, right? Because they know the answer. They know the answer deeply in their soul, right? They're like, right there, wasn't hugged enough. Right? Like that's the thing. Like Leo's just looking around at the world. Hug too much. Like not hugged enough. Right? Like there's a lot of like that's the thing with Leos. They're like Leos are incredible hug detectors, right? And the thing about it is, and here's the thing that you have to understand too, right? Like Leos also understand the quality and nature by which someone is hugged too much, right? Because what happens when someone's hugged too much? They feel like everything, right? When someone's hugged, like and here's the thing about it, it's not the fact, you have to understand when Leos identify a hug too much situation, it's never due to the fact of another person. They feel ferociously that when another person isn't making it clear to a person what is and is not okay, then that is not compassion, right? Compassion, and here's the thing you have to understand, Leos give hugs in many different ways, right? And this is often what happens with Leos. Like Leos don't for like Leos will often be someone will say to them, why aren't you hugging that person? They'll be like, I am, right? A Leo understands the quality of a hug, okay, is seeing what another person needs and giving them what they need, not what they're asking for, not what they're asking for, what we know they actually need. And the thing about it, and you'll often see this, right? Leos will sit, will be moving around the world doing things, right? And others will effectively build their opinions about it. And there's a Leo energy, right? That doesn't care anything about another's opinion because they're not working upon opinion. They're working on healing, right? And often the state or nature by which the way that you effectively navigate it, and you have to understand this, right? Leos understand that when we respect what another person is asking for, that is our hug, right? That's all you have to understand, right? Never are we embracing another person more than we look at an individual and say, I'm going to respect what you're energetically asking for, right? Because when we do that, right, that is being able to focus upon, that's us coming into our energetic nobility, right? Because it's noble, right? It's noble to be able to articulate to another and say, not say what you want, but saying, what do you need? And the hard part is often, bottom of the deck, right? We live in a world, right? Trauma tries to convince everybody that there's something bad in articulating upon the things they need. And that is how the world gets really, really messed up. Because when you feel like you have to effectively go through, right? When you understand that the shape of trauma is communicated by individuals that have gotten so like twisted up in their own head that they're not able to simply ask for the things they need, then it just draws more attention to someone, but in unhealthy ways, right? Because it's the shape or nature of understanding, like that's what trauma likes creating confusion, right? Trauma likes to create confusion in the space by trying to say like, oh, aren't you sorry that you asked for a need, right? And so when we understand that every time we articulate a standard clearly, we're working to energetically repair that, right? The hardest thing that often Leos have to go through is the conversation by which Leos know exactly what another person desires, but they're not stating their intentions clearly because they understand that that's not truly helpful to a person, right? That's someone who's trapped within their own, right? That's someone energetically trapped within their own prison of the self, right? Because it's the observation of the only barrier, right? The only barrier that stands in the way is the honest conversation, right? And that's what often pains, like that's often what pains Leos, is being like, what's standing in the way of you and another individual? And they're like, well, nothing. There's nothing standing in the way there beyond an honest conversation. And when you see that, it's painful, but also it's the community. It's like what when you are able to clearly say there's nothing standing in the way beyond an honest conversation, then you recognize that that's you. Like that is how we effectively try to heal things beyond being able to recognize the capacity to what would not be necessarily healthy. So I feel like that's what, thank you so much, Leos, for having that reading. And if you're going through that, if you're feeling like that weight, Leos, like walk yourself through the process, right? Because I'll tell you right now, if the only thing standing between you and another situation is an honest conversation and you're willing to bring honesty to it, remember that the condition and the quality by which you find it, that is something that you're contending with, not something that you're energetically creating. Continuing to get clarification. Next sign we're reading for right now are our Cancers. Cancer, Sun, Moon, and Rising. What do we have here? 3 cards, please. We've got the Justice card in its upright, the Six of Swords in its reversal, and we have the Page of Cups in its upright. So what do we have here? Oh, my Cancers. I feel like these, I mean, I gotta be honest, I feel like these cards are very much a continuation of what we saw in the last reading we did for Cancers. And the thing about it I like to point out is um, Cancers, I like, here's the thing about it. I know that you won't, the funny thing about Cancers is like, you won't, like a lot of Cancers feel very disinclined to stand up for themselves. But I guarantee you, if they see another person, right? If they see another person that is working through something, right? That observation of being able to effectively articulate or help another person understand the quality and condition by which one is able to effectively identify like the this is why, like, when you hear a Cancer say like they were doing nothing but minding their own business, right? Like that is a Cancer's war cry. Okay. like, like you know this. Like Cancer, like when Cancers are like when Cancers hear somebody going, they were just minding their own business, right? Because you have to understand that Cancers get this. Cancers understand that there are those, right? Cancers understand the force of projection, right? The force of projection is another person navigating, right? The over concentration of the desire by which they want attention called forth to themselves, right? And so that's why you'll often see those with Cancerian placements getting very upset in circumstances and situations by which another person is able to clearly articulate upon the fact that another person, right, was effectively doing their best to just navigate a situation, to just kind of move through life. Because Cancers understand that you never know what another person is dealing with, right? We never know the full shape of the burden that another person is carrying, right? And when you recognize that the best person you know, right, the best person you know might be carrying something heavy and making it seem like it's weightless, then you effectively become very much in the business, and you'll see Cancerian energies that'll get to the bottom, right? They will get to the bottom of what another person is dealing with, particularly and especially if they feel like someone is having to deal with something that has that it's very clear that they're doing nothing in their power beyond simply existing than trying to effectively navigate, right? And the reason is because, again, bottom of the deck on this, you know, in a perfect world, and this is what's hard about it, right? In a perfect world, when we see each other in a bliss state, it should be a moment of celebration, right? The only sound you should hear when you see another person in a bliss state is hooray. But Cancerian energy knows well. Cancerian energy knows well that when another person, like, and this is what we talk about, if you're ever curious about whether you're moving through a miserable state, miserable, like, and when we identify and when we articulate misery here, you have to understand we're not putting that as a qualifier. We're putting that as a qualifier to a type of energy, right? Miserable energy is bothered by bliss. That's all you need to know, right? There it is. That's it, right? If you want to quantify what miserable energy is, right? And you have to understand, because miser comes from miser, which means the identification point that says, right, if I don't have it, nobody else can be in it. So when you understand that, and this is why Cancerian energy gets so sensitive upon this, right? When you see when another person is in a miserable state, and this is why they always, like, there's a warning bell when someone says, why is that person bothering you? And someone says, I can't tell you, right? Cancers get very curious because that's the identification of saying, right? If you're in a situation by which seeing another person happy bothers you, that's dangerous, because that indicates the fact that you're feeling, right? You're feeling very far away from happy. So that is the space by which we understand that that's the quality by which it should, right? That should be the quality by which we recognize that we should get help for something, right? Not take it out on someone. And this is why you see, like, this is when I identify it, this is why cancers get so, right, defensive for the sake of others, because they understand deeply, right? They understand deeply. Like, unfortunately, there are those in this world, right, that would rather take something out upon another person than recognize the fact that there's something that they need to work on. So that's why we see that this is why the energy potentially articulates upon why it's important, because that importance, right? That importance is what makes the world a worse place instead of a better one. Thank you so much to our Cancerian energy. And moving forward right now, the next sign we're reading into is going to be our Geminis. Gemini, sun, moon, and rising. What do we have here? 3 cards, please. 3. We've got the King of Pentacles in its upright. We've got the Hangman in its upright. Oh, and we've got the Nine of Pentacles in its upright. So there's something important about this, because I need to point out these cards are very similar to what we identified was occurring for the Capricorn energy, right? These 2 cards that we see here are very similar to what we were identifying for Capricorn energy. And the one thing I want to kind of point out there in relation to that is I feel like for Gemini right now, the one thing I want to point out that's different between what we saw for Capricorn versus what we're identifying here for Gemini has to do with Capricorns working through the ability to be able to articulate or identify what one hopes for in order to have a better outcome upon something, right? So for Gemini, the thing I see here is I feel like there's a lot of pentacle energy here for Gemini, right? There's a lot of work that we potentially identify that has to do with working into positivity, but not just, here's the thing about it. It's not just working into positivity, but It's the word that's coming through in this reading is receptive and respective, right? Because that's what Gemini energy does. Gemini energy loves to be like, those are these two words are very important if you've got Gemini placements, right? Receptive and respective. Because receptive and respective is how things move quickly, right? Those two words are often the focal point in anything that a Gemini is doing, which says basically, as long as one is being receptive and respective as one is doing it, the possibility should be limitless. However, and this is the thing about it, right? If there's something that you're doing that is not receptive or respective, right? And you're getting pushback upon it, then that may, like this is often what, like this is why sometimes when Gemini, like like sometimes Geminis, you see another person like working through their own personal hurdles because they haven't asked them like and this is what's sometimes hard. This is why when Geminis give advice, like sometimes when Geminis, I point, sometimes when Geminis give advice, it feels like a little bit of like, it feels very, very quick because it's hard for Geminis to like try to sugarcoat something because it often is a space by which Geminis are trying to bring healing to something because one sees what the issue is. But often, right, like the best way, instead of saying to someone, I'll put it this way, Geminis, okay, instead of saying to someone that they're doing it wrong, okay, let's just get rid of the word wrong, okay, because here's the thing about the minute that you use the word wrong, right, it's not you're like, don't just no more, put it back, put it back, okay. I put the word wrong back. Put the word. I know it's the right word. Okay, I know it's the right word. I know it's the right word for it. But instead, may I suggest, instead of just grabbing the word wrong, because when you start wording, what happens, you grab the word wrong, you're no longer having a conversation, right? Now it's a fight. Okay, so have you, okay, have you considered that is the most, and here's basically what you can say, okay? Is that the most receptive way to bring that about? Is that the most respective way, right? Because see how that changes the conversation. Same conversation, but it opens up a line of inquiry, right? Instead of saying you didn't do it correctly, which can often make another person feel deep in their feels, right? The ability to say to another person, was that the most receptive way to do that? Was that the most respective way to do that? Because sometimes that can help another person see, right, the shape of a possibility that they might not necessarily have come upon. And I know for you, like, and here's the thing about it, right? And this is the wild thing, that not everyone can be around Gemini energy, because Gemini energy is often, like, I like to describe it as like road clearing, right? Which is like, there you are, that you're effectively being as receptive and respective as possible, and you recognize that even as you're being your most receptive, respective self, others are going to potentially take it personally because they don't see it in that way. But the best way to effectively navigate others' feelings upon things is, and I just keep on seeing, right? Working into the context of articulating upon receptive and respective, which is when another person, even in the space by which of the things we like oneself does, right? Because if another person is upset about something that you're doing, be like, is it a receptivity issue or is it a respectivity issue, right? Because those are things that we can effectively do something about, right? That's how the fight becomes a collaboration. That's how the argument becomes something that becomes profound. So make sure that you're bringing that force of make sure that you're bringing that type of consideration into things, but also like maybe explain to another, especially, I don't know why I keep on hearing the word wrong, like having to navigate another person's inherent wrongness. Sometimes, and here's the thing, you know this, sometimes energy doesn't recognize when they're not doing something the best way possible, right? Sometimes energy doesn't care, right? So let this be the way that you're trying to bring energetic awareness to something, to see what is like, to see what can be effectively like worked through, is what I keep on seeing. Especially, and I have to point out, because especially with this energy we've talked about, there's a lot of this like everybody, like it was a Cancer new moon and Cancer season, so everybody's working in the vulnerability in different ways. So making sure that you're helping another person see the best way to navigate their vulnerability is the best way that you can help them to a certain way. Thank you so much, my Geminis. Next time we're reading for right now is Taurus. Taurus, sun, moon, and rising. What do we have here? One, two, three. We've got the Queen of Cups in its upright, the King of Swords in its upright, and we have the Chariot card in its reversal. So what are we identifying there? What are we identifying? Oof. You know, oh. there's a little bit of this like leave them out of it energy here for Taurus. this feels this feels very similar to what I was picking up upon for Cancer, is what I'm getting. And here's the thing about it, like there's a little bit of this I gotta tell you, like, and it has to do, and here's the thing about it, it has to do with Tauruses and name dropping, right? And the thing you have to recognize when it comes to like a Taurus and name dropping, is like one person's name drop is another Taurus's like ears ringing, right? Which is the fact by which you'll often see, right? The fact by which you'll often see the observation, right? And here's the thing about it, you can't pull other people into conversations that aren't there, right? And you'll sometimes I'm just getting this message from Taurus, which is like sometimes someone will pull someone's name into something, and you can't pull someone's name into something unless you can physically touch them. Okay. And they can arrive, right? Because it's very convenient, right? It's very convenient, because if not, right, if you cannot grab that person to validate something, you're invoking, right? And the thing about it is Tauruses are very good at recognizing the difference between somebody validating something, right? Which is often the space by which someone says, I spoke to this person, right? I spoke to this person and this was their feedback. And you'll often notice when someone's doing that properly, it usually changes the shape and nature of something. You ever notice that? You ever notice that when someone's actually doing that and someone articulates upon something that another person is expressing, it doesn't fortify, right? It typically doesn't fortify what another person said. It usually gives another point of context to it. Okay. Being like, I was talking to someone about this the other day, and they gave a very valuable insight, right? It's always a little bit more slight. Like an actual insight is always slight because it's a different way of seeing something. But you'll notice, right? You'll notice someone be like, "No, I talk to everybody, and they all agree with me," right? Oh, can you please bring this everybody out? Well, the everybody, can you please bring the everybody that you're talking about? Will the everybody please stand up, right? Because it's very convenient for somebody to try to articulate upon an everybody that doesn't exist to say something that they don't want to say, right? It's very convenient. It's very convenient for someone to invoke the mysterious everybody, right? The mysterious, the ubiquitous everybody, right? To say something that you don't want to say, right? That it's the showing of the self that gets in the way, right? It's like it's a fake survey, right? It's a fake survey says I'm right. And the space by which another person is trying to effectively create more of themselves, be like, no, I talked to everybody about this. They all agree with me. That's very convenient. Who are these everybody? Right? Because it's like, are they all in here? Are they all in here? Were these the people that you were talking about? Like, or were they out there? You have to be clear. You have to be clear in terms of who everybody is before articulating. You can't say everybody because usually everybody means nobody. That's the thing about it, right? There's that everybody stuck to the bottom of the deck, the everybody, right? The survey says that usually the everybody that another person's talking about is nobody. It's themselves trying to trying to identify the fact that there's more of themselves that energetically agree with the self, right? Because the thing is, that's not how opinions work, right? Usually if we're getting usually when we're getting sound advice, it's going to be coming from a lot of different directions, right? So I feel like that's interesting because I feel like that's Taurus. Like I see that's either you having that qualifier in terms of bringing other insight into a conversation with another person or calling someone out on them trying to get ubiquitous about something that they themselves feel. Thank you so much for my Tauruses. Next sign we're reading for today. Last but not least today are our Aries. Aries, Sun, Moon, and Rising. What do we got coming through right now? 3 cards. We got the Death card in its reversal. We got the 7 of Swords in its upright. We got the Ace of Wands in its upright. And we got the 4 of Pentacles in its upright. Why? Oh my goodness. What am I reading here for Aries? You know, I don't know why everyone has this tendency of desiring to strike an Aries. I wish I could just don't do it. Like the thing and because here's the thing about it. And like my honestly, like my heart goes out to Aries for this because like when I talk about the fact, most Aries you see would by far prefer to be a gentle giant. Right? Here's the thing about it. Right? Every Aries you see is working on their gentle giant, right? They're like they want they like the desire like just let Aries be a gentle giant because the thing about it and here's the thing about it, like the thing you have to understand is Aries, you hate bullies, right? You hate bullies. And often, right, the state like when and here's the thing, like when Aries, right, work through the observation. And here's the thing, when Aries are like, oh no, like there's some Aries are like, oh yay, a bully, and then sometimes an Aries is like it's the best way I can describe it, right? Because this is why Aries energy will often, right, will often effectively kind of sit to the sidelines to a certain extent to assess others' intentions. Because, and here's the thing about it, you know, the the thing that you'll often see with Aries energy is Aries energy holds antipathy to those who seek shallow victories. Okay? Aries energy holds antipathy for those who seek shallow victories. And what is a shallow victory? A shallow victory is somebody who feels like their ego needs, right? The ego needs to feel like they've bested someone, right? There's the ego going, I bested him. Like, bested you. Like, like, oh, congratulate. Like, like, it's so trivial, right? Like you go, there you go with somebody, right? There you go with someone who's deep in their ego, who needs to feel, right? Somebody who's deep in their ego, who always needs to feel like they've gotten something over another person, right? And the thing about it is, and this is why I said Aries is often gentle giant, because Aries recognize, you know how small you have to feel, right? Do you know how small of a person that you need to be in order to feel like any point of goodness for yourself and feeling like you got something over on someone, right? Do you understand like the quality and condition of the itch that scratches, right? And that's what you have to understand. Aries, like Aries don't fight, they're roused, right? And when they're aroused, right? Typically when an Aries gets roused, right? When an Aries, because this is the thing about it, when Aries start, right? When Aries start, there's not going to be anything left. Okay, there's not going to be anything left. There's not going to be anything left, right? Because the thing about it is you have to understand that's an Aries that you're talking to. Like it's an Aries. And an Aries, right? An Aries works through things in a space by which they're constantly feeling like their energetic like patience is being tested upon things. And the quality and condition of when an Aries feels roused, it's usually due to profound insensitivity. And not only is it usually due to profound insensitivity, but the observation or the understanding of another person that is perpetually provoking them, right? And what do we talk about? And this is different, right? This is different. It's different than feeling provoked versus being perpetually provoked, versus being perpetually provoked, versus the space or nature by which another person, right, is perpetually provoking, right? Because the thing about it is often with Aries, right? Aries will be sitting there dealing with someone that's perpetually provoking them. And the Aries will be like, if I lift a finger, right? Like what's the Aries gonna like it's like because it's the Aries understanding, right? That is the that is the capacity or the force by which the Aries is like bottom of the deck, right? There's that Queen of Cups. Typically, and this is why typically you'll see this when an Aries gets roused, they're usually, right? They're usually very solemn about it because the solemnity, you have to understand, Aries don't look at combat with delight or glee, right? Aries see combat as a space of solemnity. And typically, right, the only space that will rouse an Aries is when another person is looking, right, is looking at being provocative with a sense of insensitivity, or the space by which they're trying to be like I keep on getting like the eager energy that feels like it's delightful to provoke, right? Aries will sometimes take that moment to reaffirm, right, that 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 when we are working into the context of applying force to things, we don't do it, right? When we know that when we are mature, we don't do it delightedly, right? We do it solemnly, right? We do it with a heavy heart. And so that's why I feel like for a lot of the energy, right, like there's something about that, right? There's something about that kind of conversation, either imparting that to another or feeling like one has to take an energetic step in that way to help another person recognize and identify right? The full severity or importance of what another person might be identifying or trying to explain is trite or non-necessary, right? It's like it's removing the glee. It's removing the glee from another person's desire to energetically provoke. But that is why we often see that Aries are effectively articulating upon the fact that is not enough of a reason to be able to do something. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and receiving it. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, it is a two-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site. So I would encourage you to do it there. A couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, thank you to everyone who attended our recent class on the two cards of the Minor Arcana. Our next class will be held on Thursday, August 13th at 5:30 p.m. PST, 8:30 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the three cards of the Minor Arcana. If you would like to become part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. It's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we've studied prior to beginning that next class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, but you'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. One of the things I try to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule and my mystic meditation articles, which give you updates on everything we've been seeing energetically based on the lunation cycles. I just wrote one recently on the new moon we just experienced. I'll have one out shortly on this full moon that we've got coming up. Finally, I want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my students seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute reads, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can be more consistent on your personal journey. At a discounted rate, as well as my dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. If you purchase a series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. We are going to get started on personal readings. Thank you so much for that beautiful gift, and congratulations to Bridget. You got our highest gifter today. You will be having that free reading. And thank you so much for those lovely gifts to everyone who participated in that giveaway. Thank you so much, Avatar. You came in second, so you'll have an additional card in your reading as well. If anybody else wants to get on the list today, I've got 2 spots available before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Just bear with me one moment. Perfect. And thank you so much. I try not to play the music until the end. I appreciate that, Bridget. Thank you so much. And thank you for that lovely gift. And as I mentioned, friends, if you're on the hold list and would like to be added back to the list, I just need to know the date that you were added. I'll be happy to add you back as well. And thank you, Yasmin, for getting on the list. I've got one more spot today before the list will be closed. All right. Hi there, Lisa. How are you doing today? And how you doing today as well, Traka? Okay, perfect. All right. Excellent. How are you doing? Good to see you, dear. You're gonna be the first person we're reading for after right now. Excellent. All right. How you doing today, Spiritual AF? Good to see you. And Alexandra, thank you for the follow as well. Yes, we were doing all of the zodiac signs, Connie. If you missed any of them, they should be available shortly over on the stack. They're also available over on the place where we keep the videos. Excellent. All right, just bear with me a moment. We did Capricorn already, AO, IA. Hi there, a little bit. How are you doing today? Monster, so if you would like to get on the list, these are donation-based readings, so you just need to send the donation. I'll be happy to draw cards for you. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more for those who are non-paid members. For those who are paid members, it's 4 cards for 23 or more. Okay. And just bear with me a moment. Okay. Hi there. Oh, interesting. Mm-hmm. Oh, that's very kind of you to say, Picasso. I hope you're having a lovely day. Hold on a moment. And thank you, Tasha, for those heart puffs. Appreciated. Thank you as well for receiving these messages, Kristen. How you doing today, Masa? And thank you, Glitter, for sharing the live. Always appreciated. Cap Sun, Aries Moon here. Yeah, I get it. Absolutely. Hope is rope. I did do Libra, Connie, if it helps. Absolutely. Excellent. And how you doing today, Detroit? Excellent. Connie, I hope that helps. We went through all of the signs. So if you missed any of them, as I mentioned, you can find them over on the place where we keep the videos or over on the stack. I went backwards today. Next time I'll go forwards. I try to be balanced there. Justice, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Hi there, Bolton. So we're not on 1 cards yet. Once we complete the personals, we'll move on to 1 cards. Absolutely. And thank you for those gifts, Bridget. Hi there, Mia. How you doing today? I'm not sure exactly what you're asking in relationality to that question, Roy. You know? And I also feel like we have to be very conscientious when we apply the word evil to things, because we have to understand what it is that we're identifying that we see or perceive as evil, right? Mm-hmm. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm a Scorpio. I have a Libra stellium. Mm-hmm. But here's the thing, like a Libra stellium can be exhausting in its own way, right? Absolutely. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it, Flame. Yeah, loaded questions or answering questions with questions are those that are projecting a wound. Beautifully stated. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing that we recognize. Disagreement is healthy when we're working towards understanding something better, right? Like we're eager, like when we're working through the context of having different opinions on things, we are okay. Like there's a space by which you can notice that we accept and we recognize that there are spaces by which we can disagree about things. The important thing is being able to recognize if we're moving towards the same standards. Mm-hmm. Thank you as well for receiving this message, Minnie. Thank you as well, Ella. Oh, they said that? That's wild. How you doing today, Julia? Mm-hmm. I love it. I know. It's funny though, because like it's funny that you said as a Taurus, get away from me with your hugs, Leo. But the thing about it, like that's the thing about it, right? It's very funny because like Tauruses are much more discerning with their hugs. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. How you doing, Julia? Yeah, I'm as a Leo, I'm here to talk about hugs. I adore that. Thank you so much. Mm-hmm. All right. I will be very clear for those who are joining us in the chat space over on the place where we keep the videos. I have a very firm rule about non sequiturs. So make sure if you're communicating something, you're putting a full thought form there, because if not, I will have to proceed to block and mute you. I hope that helps. Mm-hmm. Excellent. Oh, it's a meteor shower, Julia. Yep. Sometimes they need a hug. So we all do, right? That's the important thing about it. Oh, I love that, Flame. Mm-hmm. No, but here's the thing about it, right? Like the observation of being able to articulate, like that's exactly what I meant, Ashley, in terms of being able to talk to each other about what we need or what we don't need and respecting each other in the context of being able to articulate what they are. Absolutely. Mm-hmm. Perfect. Yeah, and delighted. Thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Oh, your mom's a Gemini. Hmm. Yep. Yep. Taurus is on vacation. But that's the thing about like that's what I'm seeing here. Like some of these cards are showing that. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Yeah, the Aries energy, the Aries reading was really heavy, you know? Mm-hmm. No, I think that makes a lot of sense, Per. Hi there, Kayla. Oh, good to see you, dear. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. I got you, dear. Perfect. And perfect timing because we're right about to get started with your reading. Excellent. You're so welcome, Bridget. You can absolutely hold it if you prefer. Yeah, Taurus rising, Leo sun, Virgo moon. I avoid. Yeah, I get it. Mm-hmm. Definitely. Oh, that's wild. Really, as. Oh, and you started reading about air. Oh, that's well. I'm so glad they were able to receive a part of it. Oh, I'm so glad that something that she received helped her. Absolutely. Thank you for letting me know, dear. All right. I'm never upset with someone reminding everyone to drink their water. Yes. Hi there, Samantha. As a Taurus, I feel like that, but maybe it's also my Aries Venus. Yeah, but although you did say sun, moon, and rising, well, I want to point out like it's good to pay attention to what sign work you were having with all of those because it could be a combination, right? Mm-hmm. Excellent. All right, we are going to get started. The next person we're reading for today is going to be um, It is going to be, we're reading into Lisa. And Lisa, I believe you said that you posted on our Disco. Just a reminder to anybody who has information that you feel is relevant to share with me before we start the reading. You can post it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only Disco channel in the appropriate channels. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Hi, Hannah. Yes, I was looking for you before. Welcome. Excellent. All right. Well, we're going to do Lisa and then Hannah, you'll be right after Lisa. Perfect. Excellent. All right, before we continue with Lisa's reading, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. Mm-hmm. I've got the animal oracle cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when I get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the seal. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right, let's see here. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-mm-mm. And let me just pull you up. Mm-hmm. All right. You said you posted in general, dear? I got it. Ooh, I love this question. Okay, let's get to it. All right. 1 minute. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Is this inside tea or outside tea, Lisa? I love it. Okay, perfect. And can I get 2 more? Thank you. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And 1 more, please. Yeah, makes sense. Okay, so the question that you asked is, what does it look and feel like to be fully embodied and expressed in what I'm building or the journey I'm on? And I think that that's such a beautiful question. I'm also going to pin you up here. So guys, make sure to make sure that you're giving healing some love. Um, I feel like one of the things I'm seeing here that's really important is the work I'm identifying, like the thing about this that I'm seeing is that there's a very there's a very large like there's a large wound I see that you're contending with. And I feel like the wound that I see that you're contending with is potentially a wound that is, um, it feels like a wound based on self-reliance, right? And here's the thing I want to articulate, because it's interesting, because you've got a guide in spirit that's communicating upon this, which is, um, I feel like there's something that I see that you're navigating as it relates to, don't allow another person, right? I need to stress this. The space by which another person isn't there for us will often be the expression of another person that, like, it's very, like, pay attention to how quickly someone who's energetically hurt us will try to articulate upon the fact that they were trying to build self-reliance in us, is what I keep on getting, right? And here's, and I want you to make sure that I feel like I need to put that in your book. Hold on. Okay? Like, it's very convenient. Okay? It's very convenient. It's very convenient to identify, um, like, circumstances and situations by which another person reaches, right, for the word self-reliant. Because, and I want you to understand, self-reliance and self-confidence are different things, right? Self-reliance and self-confidence are very different things. And self-reliance is often having to navigate a state of perpetual panic, right? It's having to work through situations and circumstances by way of effectively identifying that, um, like, it's basically and I like to point out, um, those who are trying to teach us to be self-reliant are kind of like, it's like they're preparing us to what we can energetically expect from them, right? Like, they're preparing us for what we can energetically expect from them, which is the space by which it effectively identifies, um, like, their own energetic feelings upon things. So I feel like there's something really important about that, because I see you working through a lot of unresolved feelings, and it's hard to, because I'm also seeing it's not only like the fact that there's unresolved feelings there, but, um, it feels like conversations that you never had the opportunity to have. And I want you to understand that if you are fastidiously working, right? And I want to stress this, if you are fastidiously working to help another person understand, right? If you're fastidiously working to help another person understand, um, the quality and condition by which things can improve, then you're already on that journey. Because your guides, like, I feel like it's interesting, because I see you, questioning, right, where you are. But I just keep on hearing your guides articulating this, saying, if you're doing that, right? If you're doing that right now, if you are actively working to help another person see all of the possibilities around them, you're already actively changing something, because that is you being the force of inner child healing, right? You you are effectively, right? You are effectively the solution to whatever that was that hurt you. And not only that, I feel like, it's interesting too, because I'm looking at these cards, and I feel like the in terms of what that'll feel like energetically, I feel like it's going to feel like the seal energy, right? Because, and you have to understand that the seal energy, right? The seal energy that we see that you're effectively navigating is it's working through something quietly. And when and thing about it is, and when I say quietly, I want you to understand, I'm not saying that in a way by which you have to be silent, is what I keep on seeing. Um, because it's saying to me that there's something about, right, and this is what I think is beautiful, there's something about you not needing to have to raise your voice to be heard, right? That's what it's going to feel like, you know, which is the identification of being able to effectively say something, right? But in an environment, right? The environment around you that you are facilitating is a space by which you don't need, right? You don't need to raise your voice to be heard, right? Because that is identifying how receptive the energy around you is to hear and appreciate what you have to say, right? So I think that there's something very important there. And I keep on getting a lot of that importance that we're potentially seeing is, right, it's the work that you yourself are doing, both in the quality by which you're effectively changing, like I see like the quality by which you're effectively changing something, but also, right, I just I keep on seeing a lot of energy around you. And it's interesting too, because like the guides are articulating that you've already done this, you know, right? The guides are articulating that you've already done this. And so I think that a good practice that I want you to embody in terms of where you might find yourself now versus where you aspire to be is to have a bit of a meditation with your higher self and say, can you show me where we are? Right? Can you show me where we are? And if you feel like there's a distance there between what you're effectively aspiring versus where you may find yourself, it's interesting because I just keep on getting, there is something to be said about a location issue. And the reason I say there's something to be said about a location issue is that when I said that I keep on seeing it has to do around the environment where you don't feel like you need to have your voice raised to be heard, right? That requires, like, that is like understanding the way you find that is walking away from those that require you to be loud, right? Like that's what I mean, that there's something to pay attention to, because the thing about it is, especially like that's the hard thing about it, is often, right, when there's like, it's interesting to me because like it's almost saying to me like energy that is respective of meeting your needs is not going to require you to have to scream them, right? They're going to be effectively present the entire time. So just be conscientious of that, because I think that there's something I'm seeing there that's very important. But a lot of that work that I'm identifying that's energetically important there is identifying and recognizing the work, like the work that you yourself are helping another person identify, in terms of like it's saying to me like that, it's like it's saying to me the silliest thing to do is to get in an argument with someone to ask them to respect you, right? You can't have a respect argument with someone. You just have to observe whether they're respecting you or not. And if it feels like you're arguing for respect, that's your sign. Like that's your sign to move towards what is building into that environment, if that makes sense. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Lisa. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. All right. I love that, Lisa. Mm-hmm. I see you, Hannah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Why don't we just reach out to me on Disco, Nicole, and we'll figure it all out. Okay? Yeah, do you absolutely like let's like we'll figure it out offline. Go prioritize what you like. Listen, I'm never gonna stop you from prioritizing spending time with you. Like you don't worry about it. That is that you prioritize what you need to prioritize. I'm here, okay? Okay. I got you, dear. Okay. Yeah, resonating totally to the self-reliance and little outside support. Perpetual panic mode. Mm-hmm. You know, flame wake, it's never my space to articulate to another person, right? It would be very, I have to point out, it would be very self-serving. For it's a very it's a very self-serving question for me to be the person to articulate to you in relationality to mentorship. That's something that only you can choose, can decide upon, right? So, but I like to point out that one of the things that might help to facilitate on that, and this is often the first question that I have when I'm building a relationship with another, is what are you seeking? Right? Let that question answer whether you feel like you're ready to build into a mentorship, because the question, like that question, is usually what frames the shape of it. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Thank you guys for the help there. I appreciate it. And thank you as well, Lisa. Mm-hmm. Yep, I got you on the list. I'm going to read the list right now. So the list we have right now, for those that are interested, we've got Pieces, Hannah, Angelica, Tempest, Julia, and Yasmin. So we've got room on the list for one more person today, and then the list will be closed. Hi there, Dr. Genuine. How are you doing today? Excellent. And thank you, Daniela, for those gifts, those sparkles. I appreciate you. How are you, Kayla? it's a very beautiful boy. Good to see you, Danielle. I hope you're having a beautiful day. Absolutely. Mm-hmm. Yep. Understood. Okay, let's get to it. And just reading over. Mm-hmm. I'm so glad that that helped. Yeah, I think that's a beautiful, I think that would be beautiful for you to facilitate during this period. Absolutely. And thank you for sharing the live, Dr. Genuine. Always appreciated. All right, the next person we're reading for, I am still looking. Hold on a minute, just confirming. Hannah, you're next on the list, I believe. I am still looking for pieces as well. Just bear with me a moment. Okay, no worries. Okay, absolutely. Hold on. Okay, let's continue right now. All right, the next person we're reading for is Hannah. Hannah, if you're here, can you let me know what your question is? And while we wait, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the raven. We'll do it again after the next reading. Oh, your kid said hawk, crow, raven. Well, I just want to point out, like Terry and AJ. I mean, this is the thing you have to understand. There's nothing sillier, right, than having to get into a respect argument with someone, right? Like that's the thing that's most important about it. You know, I feel like that was a big thrust of that last reading that we had. All right, and now we're going to be reading for Hannah. I got you, dear. I see them. I see your comments coming through, Hannah. Okay, got you. Just bear with me a minute. Thank you for letting me know where they are, and thank you. Okay, so we've got inside tea here. So this is basically it's inside disco tea. So anyone who's in the disco can potentially have access to it, but I need to take a moment to read over it. I get it. Yeah, I see it here. Oh. Mm-hmm. And another one, please. Yeah. Wow. It feels to me like I feel like the conversation you have to have with another is about when we care about each other, we don't put one another in uncomfortable situations, is what I see. Okay? And the best way I can articulate upon something I'm seeing here is, and I want to say, especially if there is another person involved in it. Okay? Um, because I know that you just articulated upon an issue happening between you and another, but it feels like there's more people involved. And when I identify, when I articulate here about not putting one another in uncomfortable situations, is, and especially as it relates to arguments, right? Arguments that we are effectively having in partnership, okay? Because this is the best way I can describe. There's a few different things that are happening in this reading that I want to walk through to potentially give you some advice in terms of how to navigate something, which is when we are having, right, we don't look to others to tell us what to do, right? We look to others. We look to others to help support and energetically frame our choices. So, this is the most important thing that I'm effectively seeing here, because I'm basically identifying a situation by which, if there's a situation by which someone's saying, "What should I do?" right? Then the mature thing to articulate to another is saying that, that, right? That your job, right? Your ability to care for someone, right? Is being able to support their energetic choices, right? So the most that you can communicate is saying to, like, that's you. If you're saying to another person, "I support your choices," right? Then that is you amplifying what would be articulated as, like, that's how we hold each other, right? Which is identifying and saying that you can give advice upon something, but they need to make the determinations as to what they aspire to be doing around a situation. Now, when you identified the fact that you said that you're setting boundaries, if that's what your boundaries, like, if that's what you're articulating that you're doing, right? If you're giving someone the full support of navigating their choices in the space by which you're articulating that you're honoring them, that is you confronting or navigating a situation with as much responsibility as you possibly can, right? Because the limitation point that we effectively identify there has to do, right, with not, like, I just keep on seeing, like, them working through what it is that they're choosing. And even in the space by which they're navigating their choices, helping to effectively facilitate upon them. Now, again, if I see somebody, right, if I see somebody that's working through, right, I feel like that's the hardest thing about it, because especially when you're navigating issues with another, with someone that doesn't have healthy boundaries, right, the hardest thing that you often recognize is they're not necessarily navigating situations with a clear intention so much as they're just experiencing and articulating to others what, like, what is effectively happening. So with that, and I feel like this is what I'm seeing with this Page of Pentacles in its reversal, right? The Page of Pentacles in its reversal works us through the ability to stay consistent in our choices. And what often happens, right, when another individual isn't able to be energetically consistent in their choices, it often can feel like it's happening to the detriment of energy surrounding the individual. And why do we effectively say that? Because, right, the observation of trying to put energetic effort towards something, right? The shape or the nature by which we articulate into another's intentions is not the space by which we move towards something with intention and then, right, another person, right? Another person changes their mind, and suddenly it feels like all that effort that we've had to effectively facilitate trying to move them towards something feels like it was, right? It actually feels antithetical to the direction that they effectively chose. So if that's occurring, right? I think that the important thing that I think that you kind of have to help someone out with is understanding um, the difference. And that's what I remember what I mentioned about other people around something. If this is someone who's constantly coming towards you to express how they feel about another, right? It can often put each other, right? That's the sound of someone putting us in an uncomfortable situation, because it's not our job to facilitate relationships for one another, which is not the space by which we ask someone to talk on our behalf or talk on our behest, because that in itself is a boundary issue, right? Right? When we care about each other, we don't ask each other to talk on one another's behalf or behest, because that's not facilitating healthy relationship. So if there's a situation by which another person's coming towards you to speak about something that's bothering them, this is what we identify. I keep on saying healthy tools, not weapons, right? Which is a space by which you say, like, this is what you could probably bring to it that would make it better. This is something that would potentially help to alleviate it, but not the space by which they're getting upset because you won't do it for them, right? Because that would be the identification of someone who's not holding you with compassion, because they're forcing you to have to enter an uncomfortable situation. So again, remember, if you're holding boundaries in terms of them asking you to do something for them, it's not a hard boundary if it's something that you would never do to another person, right? It's not unreasonable to say that you've got a boundary around it if it's not something that you yourself would ever do to another. So I do feel like there's something important here, because I do feel like I would be very curious as to where your Saturn placements are, because this feels very akin to what I would identify as a Saturn return moment, which is potentially you reaching a maturation point, but someone still, right? Someone still kind of operating in the space by which they're not, like, they're like the quality and condition by which they may have known someone for a, like, especially when we have someone that we've known for a long time, right? We sometimes get too caught up in under, like, in the quality of understanding that the relationships are supposed to reach those natural mature moments, and there's nothing wrong with the fact that you're prioritizing what is necessary, and you prioritizing what is necessary to survive is not a recrimination on your relationship. It's you reaching, it's you, like, moving towards that maturation. So again, hold some compassion if that's what's occurring, because it does feel to me that this might be a maturation issue that you're navigating. And the thing about maturation issues is, as long as there isn't volatility, then there's a possibility that they too will heal over time as they also come into their maturity or relationality to it. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Hannah. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. And if you'd like to get on the list, I've got one spot available today before the list will be closed. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm also going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Mhm. And Debbie, thank you for the follow. Nika, I'm happy to read for you on that. If you'd like to get on the list, I've got one more spot available, and I'm sending you so much support on that journey. Have a lovely day, Bridget. Absolutely. You're welcome, Hannah. I hope that helps. All right, let's continue right now. Just bear with me a moment. Yep. And thank you as well for receiving that message, AJ. Ghost, I'm happy to read for you if you'd like to get on the list. I've got one spot available today. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more for those who are non-paid members. How you doing today, Zeus? All right, and thank you as well. Oh, appreciate that, Terry. Hope you're having a lovely day. I do my best. All right. And make sure that, yep, absolutely. I'm so glad that that helps, Hannah. Mm-hmm. All right, the next person we're reading for today is going to be, um, let's see here. The next person we're reading for today is Angelica. Angelica, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And as I mentioned, if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, I've got one more spot available before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. I see you, dear. Absolutely. And just bear with me one moment. Mm-hmm. One minute. Yep, 1 second, please. And Angelica, can you just, before we begin, can you please give me the first letter of your last name that you sent the donation through before we continue our reading? Hi there, dear. The overlap of things makes my heart hurt sometimes. I know. I appreciate that, Samantha. But that's the thing. Recognizing and understanding the complication is how we heal through it. And thank you guys for supporting each other in the chat space. Thank you for that, Angie. I got you, dear. All right, before we continue with this reading, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. April, thank you for getting on the list. The list is now closed. All right, I've got the animal oracle card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the ram. We'll do that again after the next reading, and I'm going to pin up Angie here. Guys, make sure to give Angie some love. All right. Yes. And one more. You know, the thing I'm seeing in terms of this is, I mean, there's something really like the part that I'm seeing that feels that it's hard to navigate in terms of this relationship is making sure like a healthy relationship has the same manifestation goal, right? And it's not just the fact of having the same manifestation goal, but being able to recognize and identify wanting the same thing on the same timeline is really important, right? Because I keep on seeing a conversation that you're trying to have with another individual where they're saying, I want the same things as you, and being like, when, right? It's not a question about what, it's a when problem. And here's the thing about it, when problems are real. Okay? when problems when problems are real. And what do we mean by when problems are real, right? Because somebody will say, right? Like if we have the same manifestation goal, then we can state clearly when we expect for something to move into a desired manifestation goal, right? and because I feel like I see you and them having hit some kind of stasis point, right? Some kind of extended stasis in relationality to where a relationship is, and the state by which somebody says, oh, but you, like, you're the only person I aspire to have that with. That's great, but like, I'll tell you right now, there are some energies that see a healthy relationship as a retirement plan, right? I mean, it's just a case in point. Like, it's just the truth of the matter. I wish I could, and this is why you have to hold people into a reasonable timeline on things. But there are literally some energies. I know it sounds wild. There's some energies on this earth that will hold, right? That see a healthy relationship as their retirement plan, which is to say, they're like, oh, I don't want one now, but when I'm ready for one, when I've settled down, right? Like somebody who literally says, when I've settled down, right? And who on earth, there's not a single person on this earth that holds a point of joy in being another person's retirement plan. Okay. Like, oh no, it's fine. Like when they're like, it's like, no, it's fine. I'll be hanging out here. I'll be hanging out here in the pines. You want to know what it means when you say you're hanging out in the pines? It means somebody realizes that another person has no desire to be in a relationship until they're ready to expire. Okay? until they're ready to expire, right? Like, that's just, I think that, and that's ridiculous. That's not romantic. That is depressing. It's depressing, okay? It is depressing. And so I feel like there's something you have to pay attention to here, because with energy like this, I wouldn't be surprised if they're potentially constantly saying to you like you're trying to rush things, but being like they can't articulate that you're rushing anything. If you've been in the same place with them, I'm getting here like 3, so this is saying to me like 3 years of stagnancy or something of that nature, right? Of everything being fine and it being available to you, but never necessarily understanding where it's going, right? So I want you to be very conscientious about this, because the thing is, I see somebody, right? I see somebody in their Page of Cups here. And I got to point out, the thing about Page of Cups, it's not to say that Page of Cups energy isn't positive, but the thing about it is when I see a Page of Cups, right, surrounded by like a 3 of Pentacles with a Knight of Pentacles around it, you know, this often says to me, and I want to point this out, this can often articulate someone who might be getting some bad advice in the same context, right? Especially if this is someone who tends to be the life of the party. The life of the party never gets any good advice as it relates to relationship, because it's failing to recognize that others, right? That those who derive pleasure from another person being available are never going to give sound advice as it relates to what's healthy or beneficial for someone, so much as they're going to give advice that feels like it serves the self and another person being available to them. So I feel like it's really difficult, because I'm going to be perfectly honest. I see somebody that's potentially going to come back to you, right? Especially if you guys have gone through this before. But it has absolutely nothing, right? Absolutely nothing to do with whether they're going to come back to you. The question you need to ask yourself is the quality of what they're offering, right? The quality and condition of what they're energetically offering. Because I see somebody that feels completely confident, right? Completely confident by which they recognize that they want you to be there forever. But you have to understand, if they want you to be here forever, but they're waiting for their forever, that's not, like, we don't wait for our forever, because waiting for our forever usually means that's our never, right? When we care, it's never comfortable to move into relationship, but our ability to move into healthy relationship is often amplified and articulated with the fact that there might be others that aren't necessarily that don't necessarily feel positive about the fact that we're doing so. And so if this is some energy here, like, again, like if there's some energy here that's trying to articulate that they're energetically waiting for the right time, right? It's the understanding that moving into the, like, there's no right time to move into relationship, right? That's usually what identifies the fact that we're mature enough to navigate it, because we don't navigate it. We don't say to relationship, right? Like, this is like, oh, we're just waiting till it feels right. We navigate and say, come what may, right? We say, like, this is where we're making that energetic change, right? We don't delay upon it. We take the moment to make, right, the forever the now, right? So don't like, I guarantee you they're going to come back. You know that they're going to come back in about, like, they're going to come back and they're going to talk about the fact that they're always thinking about you and you're always on their mind. But it's not about being always on their mind, it's about doing things with them, right? They don't, you don't like, it's about doing things with them. It's about, that's what it means to be in union, right? It's not about settling down. It's about raising the energetic standard. So I feel like there is something here about seeing if someone's mature enough and not enough to recognize that there's nothing, right? They need to identify that is the worst. Like, here's the worst. Like things would literally improve right now if they would step up in that way, is what I'm seeing, especially with this two of swords. But they've got, like, I feel like they've got a big I feel like they've got this big abandonment wound that they're working through in relationality to something that they haven't healed from in their own childhood. I just keep on hearing a healthy relationship is the start of joy. It's not the end of it. And if another person tried to identify or teach them that a relationship was the end of joy, that was them putting their trauma on them as it relates to not being responsible for their own energetic commitments. Right? We are the arbitrators of our joy, and we don't, like, we should not be, like, if they're not in the space by which they can recognize that the joy that you guys create together is always multiplied, right? I'll guarantee you, like, make sure that they're not articulating, like, make sure that they're not articulating to you, oh, you know, it, like, nothing, that nothing else means anything, right? Because if they're choosing meaningless over what gives meaning, they're choosing a meaningless existence. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is closed today, but you can get on the list tomorrow and you'll have first priority, which means you'll be read for before we start the Daily Collective. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. How you doing, dear? Thank you as well, Vanta. Mm-hmm. Exactly. Exactly. Beautifully said, RG. You're so welcome, Angie. And so I'm going to tell you right now, like, make sure that they're not coming back to you saying how much they miss you. Whatever you were talking about when you guys stopped communicating, that was not a chalkboard erase moment. It was a bookmark. You pick up exactly where you left off, or don't let them try to restart something or try to rekindle, right? Like, let that be something that you say, like, especially if they never answer the question. Happy to read the list for you, Julia. The list we have right now is Tempest, Julia, Yasmin, and April. Okay. And the next person, how are you doing today? Oop. I've already got the cards flying out for the next person we're reading for. Tempest, if you're here, always with Tempest, whenever I read for you, your cards start flying out. Tempest, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Oh, I like that. Somebody said for that reading, How Soon Is Now is an awesome song over on the place where we keep the videos, Angie. Mm-hmm. Yep, absolutely. Oh, that's really beautiful, ASH. ASH. I hope you have an absolutely beautiful day as well. Thank you. Excellent. All right, let's continue right now. And I'm going to pin you up here. Hold on a minute. Before we continue with Tempest reading, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the Animal Oracle card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got this one. We'll do it again after the next reading. I mean, it was close to that, Kayla. Excellent. And thank you for those hearts, Angie. Mm-hmm. Okay. I'm going to pin you up here. Guys, make sure to give Tempest some love. Oh my gosh. I feel like you just want me to tell you. I mean, you've been talking to your guides about this. What do you want me to tell you? What do you want me to tell you about this situation? Why you're coming here to, you want me to validate something that your guides have been saying? It's not your fault. They're doing it to themselves. It's not your fault. They're doing it to themselves. You know? What do you want me to tell you? I don't know why people like to hit themselves. I don't know. I don't know. I don't understand. I've never understood it. Okay? I don't oh gosh. You know, I mean like I don't know what to like I'm just reading for one of your guides. Which is like I literally see like I see a sign over your head going like if you don't start nothing, there won't be nothing. You know, if you don't start nothing, if you don't start nothing, there won't be nothing. You know what I mean? And the thing about it is like I don't even like and I think that you know this too, right? You can literally like when you're doing nothing but everything you possibly can, you know, when you're literally like I just needed to like I just need to describe this, right? um like you've got a guide that's just like trying to articulate, let them be, you know? And there I know it's like it's ridiculous when like you're like if you're literally working in the direction of peace, right? If you're trying to do something in the direction of peace and another person is trying to take something personally, what does that say about them? You know, what does that say? What does that say about what they prioritize? That it don't let it. I know it's frustrating, and it's unfair, and it's annoying is what I keep on getting more than anything, right? But um there's always going to be those, right? There's always going to be those who are going to effectively try to there's always going to be those who are going to effectively try to identify and articulate upon the fact that you are not who you claim to be, right? And when another person is obsessed with trying to identify the fact that you're not who you claim to be, what does that mean about how they feel about themselves? What does that say? That poor person, that poor person telling everybody how they feel about themselves. That poor person telling everybody how they feel about themselves in the context of going after you like that. You know? Because sometimes, sometimes, like, sometimes when another person when another person likes to deal with another, when another person gets off in dealing with another person's insecurity, right? When they try to like move into the space by which they try to scratch the surface, and then they're proud of themselves and the fact that they scratched, right? Sometimes that space by which they do it, they lose the best person. They lose the best person they ever met, right? And the worst part about it is the fact that they scratched and they found gold under that scratch, right? But it's not theirs anymore. Why? Because why would you do that? Right? Why would you do that? That's all. Like, that's like when you scratch and you find the fiber of a quality person under there, right? You can hold empathy for it. You can hold empathy for it at a distance, right? You can hold all the compassion. You can hold all the compassion in the whole world in understanding the state and nature of the pain that that person had to go through, right? The unloving conditions that may have required them to have to become that way at a distance. Because if they are doing that to others, they become the force of trauma, right? You don't get to do both. You don't get to harp on about how much you've been hurt and then you're just going around scratching everybody. You don't get to do that, right? You don't get to sit there. You don't get to sit there, and this is what your guide's saying, right? You don't get to sit there. You can't do both. You don't get to sit there singing the sad song as you're scratching at everyone, right? You don't get to sit there singing the sad song if all you're doing if anyone comes close to you, scratch, 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 right? Because that, right? Some energy likes to sing sad songs, okay? And I know it's painful because you know what? There's some energies would far prefer, like some energies like to sing sad songs. Some energy are dealing with the sad songs that they've been given. You know? That's what I'm getting from one of your guides. Some energy likes to sing sad songs. Some energy are doing their best to sing a joyful song with a bad, like with a sad song that they're given. And so that observation of you navigating, I see even here navigating something as quietly as you can, right? Navigating something as quietly as you can. Your guides are articulating, you keep your head up. You keep that head up. You don't let that scratch distract you. Right? You don't let that, I just keep on hearing, don't let that scratch distract you. Because that's what it was. And here's the thing about it. If it was a scratch and they thought it was a mortal wound, you know, what does that say? What does that say about them? Right? Sending you so much support on that journey, dear. You've got this. And I know, look, I know that this is energetically painful, but the thing about it is you observing that it's painful does not change the quality and condition of who you are, right? Right? That is you. That is you continuing to navigate through something, right? Don't let it, I keep on saying you can be upset about it. You can be frustrated, but if it sees you and it bothers you, that's because it's not okay. Right? And again, I like to point, like, what I see here, remember, like, you're not alone. You're not alone in any way. Right? There are those, I keep on hearing, you've got a lot of energy around you. Right? I just keep on hearing quiet support. Right? Like, that's how our guides work towards us. Quiet support. Right? Just continue to put that force of effort in the direction that you know is best. Right? Allow your guides to do the rest. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you'd like to get on the list is closed today, but you can get on the list for tomorrow, and you'll be the first person read for. You'll also have an additional card in your reading. I mean, you'll also be read for before we start the daily collective. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for those who are my super fam, or for those who are paid members over on the place where we keep the videos. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. This live is an inclusive space to those of all faith practices, for those that are asking. This is an inclusive space for all those that are for all faith practices. Absolutely. You just need to be compassionate and care about others, and you're welcome here. Let's continue right now. Absolutely. I know your cards are always, every time I read for you, Tempest, your cards are all over the place. Absolutely. I can see, but that's the thing about it, right? It's frustrating because it feels unnecessary. And thank you also for receiving this message, Laurel. Good to see you today, dear. I hope you're doing well. Excellent. And thank you as well, Flamework. Hey, we got to 50K. Thank you for letting me know, Ivana. Good to see you as well. Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you for also receiving this message, Dr. Genuine. All right, let's continue right now. Always. So I would ask Tanus, if you would like a reading, it's donation based, so it's 3 cards for $29. But I would ask not to repeat the same question over and over in the chat space. It's not helpful to those who are trying to communicate through it. Thank you for respecting that. It's ASA. The list is closed today for those who are asking on the place where we keep the videos. But if you want to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the first person read for. But I will point out that we are going to be starting free 1 cards for those who are paid members, and for those who are super fam. We've got 3 more reads today, so we'll be starting those in about 30 minutes. If you do want to have a card pulled today. Excellent. Oh, thank you, Daniela. I appreciate you. Absolutely. Okay, let's just take a moment. I got you, Julia. Before we continue, though, we have to do the 50K. Thank you guys so much for helping us get to that 50K. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to be thinking of a number right now. Hold on a minute. Between 1 and, hold on a minute. I'm thinking of a number right now between 1 and 34. First person I see that posts the number will get the free reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in a different order than you guys see them. So, mm, 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 mm. Oh, stop. I saw it. Hold on a minute. Okay, everybody stop. I just need to confirm that that's it. Let me just see if that was the first time. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep. I Dream of Jean. Congratulations. You got it. All right. And thank you guys so much. We will do that again when we get to 100K. All right. And the next person we're reading for today, we've got Julia. Thank you for confirming where your reading is. And while we wait, before we get started on Julia's reading, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the Animal Oracle card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good job, Vic. We got the fox. We'll do that again after the next reading. Excellent. No problem, ASH. All right, let's continue. All right, what do we got here? All right. I got you, dear. Yep. All right, can I get yes. Oh, they're significant to you. Very important. Okay, thank you. I pinned up Julia here. Guys, make sure to give Julia some love. 4 cards, please. Yes, one more. It's interesting too because I know that you asked about that, but it feels like the reading is about um, healthy counterpart energy. And I'm gonna just write. I have to get your book out. Give me a minute. And it has to do with the dream space. And so we're gonna work through, and it's interesting too because I know that you asked about some stuff being worked out in the unconscious related to weird dreams. So I'm going to kind of give you, I'm getting here a mutual message. I'm getting here a mutual message that feels connected to a guide, but it also feels energetically connected to a counterpart. Okay? And the message that I'm getting is related to working through um, working through desperation is what I keep on getting. Okay? And what I'm identifying there, and I'm just gonna, I have to walk through, I'm seeing a bunch of different contexts of what you have been working to heal has to do with a lot of ancestral trauma related to desperation is what I keep on getting. And the thing you have to recognize when it comes through um, desperation is I feel like you're healing from a lot of energy that's upset that you're not making desperate choices, if that makes sense. Okay? Like I literally feel like I'm not reading into the dream space, but I would be very curious about doing some dream interpretation. I'm sure we'll get to it, but like some kind of energy that's saying like, why aren't your choices more desperate? Is what I'm okay. Um, and the observation of that, and here's the thing about that, right? When you recognize that there, when other energy, and here's what I got to work you through. When other energy are working through the insecurity of their own desperate choices, right? That is what the sound of it will be, right? It'll be energy, right? It'll be individuals that are literally upset at you, right? They'll literally be upset at you in terms of saying like, why aren't your choices more desperate? Okay? And the quality and condition, I keep on getting that's their desperation, right? That's their desperation, not yours. That's their desperation, um, not yours. And so I keep on seeing, and it's interesting too, because you've kind of taken the words out of my own mouth in terms of understanding. You having to say and explain to another, right? Those are investments, right? And you have to understand when you're navigating the quality of an energetic investment, then that, right, that ability, like you have to be ready to navigate the state or nature of feeling like you're working through something like it feels to me like you're navigating through a lot of solitude energy, right? But that solitude energy that I see that you're working through, I keep on getting it's and here's the thing about it. You it's all solitude for you, right? And when you feel solitude, then you feel energetically harmonious with one's own energy, right? Like you're making harmonious choices because, and I feel like this is, again, I can't see the shape of what was happening in the dream space, right? Um, if another person makes a choice, right? Not because they effectively aspire to do something, but because they were afraid. I keep on getting afraid to be lonely. You know, I feel like that is difficult because I feel like that is you having to help another person understand that the quality and condition by which you are navigating situations and circumstances are built upon and based upon how good you are with your own energy, right? And I feel like there's so much of that that I see here, right? And the quality and condition by which you are effectively being, like, I keep on seeing the space by which you're working to heal right now feels incredibly valuable, because I just keep on getting there's something really important about the value of that healing that like, and it's hard too because like I see like some of your healing is going to come through how dare you, right? And you, like that's where your angelic guide, right? Like that's where your angelic guide is coming through, right? Because some of that energy, right? Some of that energy that I'm seeing that you're healing through is the how dare you. And the reason by which you effectively identify how dare you is because, right? The quality and condition by which you effectively reflect love, right? Has to do, and I keep on seeing like this is really important because I feel like your guide's trying to give me clarification on it. Um, there's no, there's no, the only space by which one feels, right? It's very convenient how another person talks about being saved while not doing anything to help another person, is what I keep on getting, right? Like we literally, I keep on hearing, we literally can be the shape of each other's salvation every day. And the shape of each other's salvation, of us being each other's salvation every day, is saying to each other, what do you need? Right? What do you need to make that dream real? Like what do you need? Like what do you need? Like what do you need to make that dream real? Right? Like that is right. Like that is what I keep on hearing. What do you need to make that dream real? And because what do you need to make that dream real is effectively the sound. Like that is the purified air of someone actually caring about you, right? Not somebody saying, I keep wondering, not somebody looking at you and saying, what are you going to do, right? Not none of this, what are you going to do? Because then I want you to understand, what are you going to do is the sound of all the trauma around you, right? The sound of all the trauma around you that tries to say, what are you going to do? Versus the state or nature by which you identify and recognize the positive energy that says, what do you need to make that dream real, right? What is it that I can give you? How can I effectively help you? And I think that it's interesting because like I would typically, what's interesting about it is typically when I'm reading for an individual, I would say not to operate in a binary, but I feel like you're healing your Gemini placements right now. And I keep on hearing that, like, that's the, like, yeah, like, as I went to pick up the bottom of the deck, as I went to pick up the bottom of the deck, and I keep on, and like, we've got, and like, and the two of, so it's like, it's understanding the quality and condition of the binaries that we create for ourselves are helpful because, right, they're not the enforced binary upon us, but it's the observation of another person trying to force an energetic binary upon us is the space by which another person is like, oh, there's only like you've only got two options. Like so, and you being like you navigating situations by which you effectively identify, right? Being like, oh, okay, thank you. No, 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 I appreciate it. Right? Thank you for your conversation. And then being like, what? Being like, we're good. Why? Because you just showed me which one you are. You just showed me like something like you just being like you just completely being like, and you like someone being like, what are you going to do? I'm like, I don't need to do anything. You just showed me who you are. Right. Like and I feel like that is what was connecting both the counterpart in the dream space and the guide, right? Because your counterpart will never say, what are you going to do? They're going to say, what do you need to get there? Right? It's step energy. Absolutely. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Mm-hmm. Are you kidding? So there was a connection to that with you. Okay, thank you for confirming, Julia. Mm-hmm. Oh, that's wild. Mm-hmm. I thank you for sending that confirmation as well. And we'll get more into like I feel like you're becoming the shape of like it says like there's a like it's giving like I'm getting it's giving me a lot of phoenix energy is the best way I can describe it, if that makes sense. Okay, Jupiter and Gemini, yeah, I think you get it. Mm-hmm. Exactly. Thank you so much, dear. You're so welcome. I know. I mean, and here's the thing about it. Like, I feel like in relation out, like that's what I mean in terms of like even in the space by which you were asking, like like that is what I keep on seeing. Like, don't let another person create like the difference between. I keep on hearing a true problem is not something that could be easily solved, right? A true like I keep on getting a true problem does not have a number attached to it, is what I keep on getting from one of your guides. But that's saying like making sure that you're being energetically conservative, but even in the space by which you're being conservative, you're arriving into what you identify and recognize as energetically important. Yep. Thank you so much, dear. Excellent. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person we're reading for today. And thank you so much. Oh, thank you so much for becoming a subscriber, Ava. I appreciate you. Excellent. Yes, thank you for the help, Kayla. All right. Mm-hmm. And thank you for those coins. I appreciate it, Masi. All right. So as I mentioned, Ghost, the list is closed today. So if you want to get a reading, I'm offering one card readings for those who are super fam or paid members. You can also get on the list for tomorrow. I hope that helps. Absolutely. Excellent. Thank you for the help, Kayla. I appreciate you. All right. Excellent. How you doing today, Sophia? The list is closed today, Sophia, but for those who are waiting for one card readings, we've got two more reads today, and then we'll be moving into one cards. Excellent. And the next person we're reading for today is Yasmin. So, Yasmin, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. What's going on, Yasmin? Oh my goodness. Okay. And while we wait for Yaz, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well done. Excellent. Well done, Flame. Excellent. All right. All right. What do we got here? Mm-hmm. Ooh, we're doing a dream interpretation. Okay. There's too many birds. You can't say a bird. It's you can't. There's too many birds in this deck. Okay. All right. Mm-hmm. Very close. It was a hawk. Yes. Well done, Kayla. No, you're perfect. Well done. That's fantastic. Congratulate him. That's fantastic. Excellent. All right, let's get to it. Yep. All right. All right, where were we? And so, Yaz, is this outside tea or inside tea for the dream? Outside. Got it. Okay, perfect. Um, all right, and before I'm going to pin up Yaz here. Guys, make sure to give Yaz some love. Okay. So, all right. Before we start with this, you guys know what we do before we have a dream. We got the dream coconut. All right, let's get to it. First part of the dream. I'm in a crystal shop at first, pulling a long string of crystals on the floor, multiple strings, because it's the only way to get it to where I need it to be. But eventually, the whole box falls, and my friends look at me from the other side of the room with empathy because I look discouraged. Whole store is white. At first, when we entered the store, my friends decided to take off their shoes, but I could see the floor was still wet in certain places, and I didn't want my feet to feel cold walking around, so I kept on my shoes. Also, I saw some people leaving the store earlier that kept theirs on. Second part. At some point, I see an individual I recently developed a crush on through social media that I also knew in younger years. Mhm. Got it. However, in the dream space, I see them from afar and I wait for them to come see me and talk. But they don't seem like the type of person to just come and initiate conversation. And I don't feel like doing it either. Eventually, I think we end up talking. I don't know who started it. Okay. And me and them start flying. We are surrounded by clouds and mountains, I believe, orange looking mountains, like from the southern region of Algeria. He is behind me, holding me close to him, and I'm in front, and we are flying around. It feels freeing and extremely relaxing. He touches he touches certain points of my body, and I ask him if it's acupressure, and he says yes. Mhm. At one spot, I believe on the side of my abdomen, it hurts a bit. And I ask, what is this one for? And they articulate it is for effectively evacuating and digesting. And then you say, I guess that makes sense. I've been having difficulty letting things go recently. It's like they're helping me with bodily pains and blockages with their touch. It feels great. And at some point, we stop flying, and I believe we're in front of a table. I think I'm in front of a wooden table beside the dining area of my house. And after a while of just walking around and feeling like they're never going to do so, I grab their face and tell them, when are you just going to do it? And as if they knew exactly what you were talking about, they said, ask you to go on a date properly, and you say yes. And then they say, I would, but I don't know if that's what I want. And I say, what do you mean? And then they say that they're scared of losing certain things that are his. If he started dating someone and you say, I'm like going, like losing what? Your freedom? And at the same time I say that, it's like he finishes my sentence with freedom as well. And at the same time I say that, it's like yeah, and it feels like we're finishing each other's sentences a lot in the dream. And then you say, I ask, what kind of freedom would he be losing in getting in a relationship with me? And feeling already a bit vulnerable and triggered, he says he really likes his independence and his alone time. I go, well, that's okay. Having some alone time is natural. We'll definitely have moments where we need it, but I know he means it for something else. And I say, yeah, but no, that's not what I mean. Like if I want to go hiking sometimes, I just like to be by myself and have a moment where I'm just enjoying the view and I have without having anyone else around. And at that moment, it's like we were transported into the South Algerian desert with orange mountains. And I mentioned earlier, he's walking around a boulder and sits by himself on it. And you walk towards the other side because you don't have a choice. And you said it was at this moment at the table you started feeling sad and you understood what they meant. And you said that you felt emotionally unavailable and avoidant. And it would be like that the whole relationship. And you said you silently shed a tear and that he sees that, but you quickly went to wipe it away. And they looked worried and sad to see you crying. And you asked them, so you've been hiking before with someone and you felt like you couldn't enjoy it properly. And dramatically, they said, what? No, no, I never went hunting. I never went hiking with another person before defensively. And you tell him it's really fine if they did. You would actually prefer it because it would show that there's a preference in terms of figuring out being in a relationship with someone. And they say, no, 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 I've never gone on a hike ever. Okay, now this is okay. And you say, wait, you've never been on a hike, really? And you're saying, I'm having difficulty believing them because why else would they choose that example? And eventually, as we're arguing, I see family members sitting on a couch in a living room just beside us. And some of them are starting to pay attention to us. And something is being brought to the table in front of us, almost brought up from a conflict they are having as well. The part of the dream is unclear. Someone going back and forth between the living room and the dining area where me and this counterpart are communicating something. All right. 4 cards, please. The dream is you doing an energetic read on a potential, like on an individual. And the hard part you have to recognize is there are those that would be effectively good counterparts for us, but the work that we understand, our ability to be good counterparts requires us to be invested in navigating what we feel most vulnerable about. And what's beautiful about this is we see, right? We see that you're utilizing the dream space to do what would be identified as healthy energy, like healthy energetic work in understanding the quality and condition of what would have to be energetically navigated as it relates to a relationship. And here's the thing you have to understand, every single relationship in this entire planet requires work. Okay? The identification, right? Anybody who feels like, and here's the thing about it, when you see somebody goes, oh, you found the perfect person, right? And that's why it's ridiculous when someone's like, oh, well, how'd you find the perfect person? You work towards it, right? You put a lot of work in it. You recognize and understand that there's going to be that energetic effort that's necessary in order to make something energetically perfect. And so, what we basically see that you're doing in this dream space is effectively an energetic read as it relates to the hurdle that you yourself might be experiencing as it relates to a potential connection. And what's beautiful about this is also you potentially healing. This is inner child healing, right? Because you have to understand that in a dream, anything that we experience is something that we've already been through. So here we see you working through your own healing journey as it relates to divine counterpart energy that is being energetically reflected to you to help you identify, right? What is something that you yourself can work on versus what is identified as an unsolvable situation in another. Okay? So we see, so I want to point out the person that you see that's appearing in the dream space is helping you energetically heal because they're bringing up the shadow work, right? And what do you effectively identify that is occurring in relationality to the dream space? Everything was beautiful, right? A relationship by which everything was absolutely beautiful until you asked the direction that it was going in. And the thing you have to understand is healthy relationships are never hurt by direction checks, right? Healthy relationships are never hurt by direction checks because when we understand the quality of holding into the space of understanding where we're going, that is why you saw all of your ancestors, right? That's why you saw all of that ancestral energy that was effectively paying attention, right? Because paying attention, them effectively paying attention in the dream space, is being able to identify and recognize your ability to effectively course correct, okay? And so, what we see in that dream space, what do you see that's potentially happening there? You see an individual, right? You literally see the shape of another person's abandonment wound. And why do you see the shape of another person's abandonment wound? Because you literally see somebody that all you do is effectively ask them what you can expect. And the minute that you ask them what you can expect, what do? They hesitate, right? And why do they hesitate? Because they basically said, right? They were worried about moving into invested relationship because they were concerned about their freedom. Now, here's the thing that's important. This is how you can tell the difference between an actual abandonment wound, right, versus a self created abandonment wound. Because when we have an actual abandonment wound, right, the actual fear, right, you're helping another person in the dream space do shadow work, being like, tell me what you're afraid of, which is something that is very solvable, right? And what do you see that's happening there in the dream space? Somebody articulates to you that they're afraid of losing their freedom, right? And then you say, but I'm not here to take your freedom. But you have to understand, when we build into relationship, it's the fact that we do things together, right? And so you're literally articulating to another person and saying, I would never, what you're trying to say to them in the dream space is, I would never want you to feel that you're in a relationship where you couldn't do the things that you endeavor to do. And even in the space by which you are navigating their own qualities of potentially moving into hermit energy, you even said to them, like, I completely understand that, which is why, like, now we're getting into the insecurity, right? Because you articulated to them, they said something like, well, like, take hiking, for instance, right? Now, if hiking was energetically important to them, right, it would be something that they would identify and prioritize. But you saw the fact that that hiking was an energetic reach. And that's why you started to cry, because it's a reach, because it's not something that it's not even something that they've done with another person. They've never done it. Okay. Like they've never done, they've never energetically endeavored to do something. It's not even something that's a priority to them. But the reason we see you crying in the dream space is somebody grasping at straws, right? Somebody who's grasping for any reason whatsoever to avoid the fact that they've got an intimacy wound that makes them incapable of moving into relationship, because they're like, well, what if I decide one day, like they're literally working into the conjecture of going like, what if I decide one day to be someone who really aspires to hike alone, right? Like that is 3 degrees away, right? That is 3 degrees away from who they find themselves to be. Okay, that is several degrees away from who they find themselves to be, because not only, right, not only is it not something that they've ever done, right, but it's not something that they've ever done with another person, and they've never done it for themselves as well. So and this is why you saw, right, that's why you saw all that ancestor energy that was paying attention in the dream space, because the ancestral energy are your guides, right? And the ancestral energy, and the reason that you saw the ancestral energy, right, working into the context of the difference, right, the difference between the table and the living room, is because your guides are saying to you in the dream space, pay attention to who is feeding you, right? Pay attention to who is energetically nourishing you, which is the observation of another that understands that the space by which we energetically nourish is the space by which we energetically support, and we identify the desire to create something. However, in the context of another, right, who potentially identifies or articulates the reason that they can't nourish is because they might get the inclination, right? They might get the inclination of doing something, of endeavoring to do something alone. And even there, you articulating that that would not be, right? That would not be a barrier in relationship. It's the observation of the understanding that when one is looking for a reason not to, right? There's always something that one can reach to, right? As a limitation. Whereas when you're looking to do something, right, then you're not reaching. You're endeavoring to effectively bring something into possibility. So we see that for a lot of that energy kind of working through that in that capacity is the identification point of working through something fastidiously, bottom of the deck. And here's that 3 of Wands in its reversal, right? Because the 3 of Wands in its reversal articulates upon the nature and understanding of the quality and condition by which we effectively build out of our expectation. And so, what's interesting about this is you holding reasonable expectations helps one to identify that many things can be happening at once, right? The quality and the condition by which you may effectively bring things into possibility may surprise another, right? So we see here that this is you working through, even in your dream space, the understanding of what is effectively navigated with a healthy counterpart, right? And a healthy counterpart is effectively not going to effectively be reaching for any reason to avoid coming into union with you, but rather would be making the quality and condition of helping you understand that this is something that they're struggling with, right? Bringing it to you, right? And so this is why, and this is what I need to point out that's happening in the dream space, right? It's hard to explain, but in a way, they're bringing it to your attention, in the dream space. So this could be observational of them potentially recognizing their own tendency to be afraid of energetic union. Specifically and particularly, it's hard to explain, but because this is all happening in the unconscious, it's them basically communicating to you, like through via the healthy connection of counterpart, that they're coming into awareness of themselves. So what do we effectively see with the bottom of the deck on this, right? It's not your, right? It's not your responsibility to make another person aware of their shadow work, right? Because often when you're trying to make someone aware of their shadow work, right, they'll run away from you from it, right? They'll be like, oh, it's more of that. When they're able to effectively accept and recognize that it's something that they need to work on, then that'll be the sign that they're energetically ready for partnership. So that's why you saw in the dream space that the guides you saw the guides kind of being energetically attentive, because that attentiveness is you working in collaboration with your guides, because it's the understanding that even in the space by which you're experiencing that in the dream space, you're helping them kind of come into the space of solving or trying to resolve how does one help an individual, right? How does one help an individual who has an intimacy wound related to freedom, but failing to recognize that, like, if you can't articulate the quality and condition of what it is that you aspire to identify as freeing, right, that is every relationship, right, every relationship will challenge one's own sense of freedom, because that's how we navigate the relationship maturely, right? It's the observation of understanding that that is something that we do together. And it's that observation. And what's interesting about the dream space is, in a way, you are doing that, right? But it's a question of how, like, when you do it together, you'll endeavor to heal it together. So thank you so much for having that reading with me, Yaz. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Perfect. Mm-hmm. Thank you. The list is closed right now, New. Mm-hmm. No problem. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that makes so much sense. It felt like an accurate energy check on this person. Absolutely. Mm-hmm. Thank you for confirming, Yaz. And thank you for watching the live for 500 minutes, Flame. Hold on a minute. Just remove this. Okay. And we were talking about the individual. So again, you have to remember that this is working through, right? This is working through the understanding of the counterpart that's arriving to you in the sense of this individual, because and I like to point this out, when we're going through shadow work about the past, this is something that you've energetically experienced. So this is also you potentially working through a lot of past experiences related to others that may have felt that way, but even in the space by which you're navigating others' feelings about it, right? You can't help another person with their feelings unless they're energetically aware of it, right? Mm-hmm. And again, that's interesting that you said that this is a tendency that often occurs in the space of your own relationships, because your counterpart will be ready to navigate the shadow work. They're not going to say that you're bringing it up. Absolutely. And thank you so much, Yaz, for having that reading with me. And just bear with me a minute. Yes. So those who are asking over on the place where we keep the videos, I will point out that I don't read into the chat when I'm doing a reading for another person. That's not respective or receptive to the time that I'm spending. So please, if you're looking for me to answer you directly, you're never going to have that experience if you're here when I'm doing an actual reading. Thank you. All right. Just bear with me a minute. And the next person and you're so welcome, Yaz. Thank you for having that reading with me. The next person we're reading for today is April. April, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. All right. That's beautifully said. Every relationship requires us to work in building interdependence and balance. I love the fact that you articulated it that way. How are you doing today, April? Can you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And while we wait for that question, let's warm up these intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the fox. We'll do it again after the next reading. And please give me a moment. There's some private information here I need to read into. Let's see here. All right. Mm-hmm. One moment. Just give me a minute. Oh my gosh, give me a second. There we go. So I need to point this out before we start this reading. We never look to the cards to make decision for us. There's no context by which we ever look to the cards to make our decisions. Rather, we recognize and identify, we get advice around the shape of a choice that we're working to make. All right, can I please get that said? And I'm going to pin up, hold on a minute. I'm going to pin up Flame here. Guys, make sure to give Flame some love. 2 more, please. And 1 more. The message that I'm seeing coming through in relation to this has to do with recognizing and understanding the quality and condition that we work towards and identify what feels energetically supportive. And I feel like I see something that the message that I keep on getting related to a circumstance or situation is that our highest priority needs to be articulated in the energetic safety that we feel for ourselves. And if there's something that's potentially happening here, particularly in the space by which they're working through or identifying the quality or condition by which they don't necessarily feel that they're safe within themselves, the most important thing that needs to be energetically navigated is making sure that they are getting the care that they need, right? Because the quality and condition, right? I just keep on seeing this, the card isn't here, but the card that's coming through on it is the Ace of Cups, which basically says our first, like the most important thing we need to do is prioritize our energetic safety and the context of you recognizing, right? And I feel like it's hard because I see somebody who is struggling to a certain extent, but the observation of that struggle being reinforced in making sure that they are taking the steps necessary for them to be in a safe space. Don't allow the quality and condition of what's potentially happening between you get in the way of what actually needs to occur, which is the reorientation in understanding that nothing, right, nothing about relationship should interfere with them taking the steps by which they're in a healthy, safe space, right? Because if they're in the space where they're effectively articulating that they're struggling in that way, right? The unification of a relationship doesn't heal that, right? We work towards our emotional health for the sake of relationship, right? We prioritize the health of ourselves so that we can arrive into the best relationship that we can be in. So if there's somebody, right, if there's somebody who is effectively I keep on hearing, especially if they are dis, um, if they're trying to dismiss the fact that they're doing something that is effectively not beneficial to the self, right? It says to me that what you need to focus on is reorienting them in making sure that they're taking the proper steps to get themselves into a healthy space. Because your arrival, right? Your arrival into a situation, if they're struggling in that way, isn't going to fix it, right? Your arrival into that isn't going to fix it. It's just serving as an energetic distraction from it. So make sure, right? Make sure that you're communicating to another person that the most important thing that you are focused upon is their emotional, spiritual, and physical wellness. And if a situation is occurring between you and them that's driving them, right? If something's happening between you and them that's driving them into a path of energetic self-harm, then that ability of potentially moving yourself away from that, that is also you applying care to it, right? Because that is the state or nature by which we articulate, right, that relationships should be healthy environments. Relationships should be spaces by which we identify and we see each other thriving within it. So if there's something about the quality of your relationship that is driving them to desperation, then you being able to say to someone, right, that you're putting space there, but you're putting space there specifically so that they can concentrate on getting well, that is also you applying compassion to a situation. I want to give you some bottom of the deck on this. Mm-hmm. Yeah, like this is not, right? It's like I need to point this out, like especially when we identify, like especially with this Two of Swords there, right? There's nothing to be identified in terms of another person, or like especially in the space by which another person says, if you come here this will stop. It won't stop, right? Because there's no quality and condition by which we should effectively, right, we don't articulate the fact that we say, right, if you do this, like if you come here I will stop doing that, right? Like that is not energetically healthy. So the observation of making sure that they're putting that energy towards where it needs to be, amplifying and articulating upon them, like doing what they need to feel energetically healthy on their own, right? It might be difficult because you may have to explain to someone that your care, right, your care for them requires you to energetically step away from something, particularly and especially if they're not giving clarity in terms of what they're doing to prioritize their own healing journey, right? Because when we care about each other, we can do radical things on our own healing journey, right? We can articulate, and here's the thing about it, right? We can identify the fact that we work to heal for the benefit of not only ourselves, but for those around us. But we don't put that weight of intention on another, right? We don't say I'll heal, but only under the condition that you're here. That's not true healing. That's not true healing, right? Saying I'll heal, but only under the condition that you're here, right? That is not a healthy expression of what should be happening, because our healing journey should not be dependent upon the energetic presence of those around us. We are supportive systems to each other, which means we build into each other's mutual encouragement, but not just making sure, like, especially, right? Especially if someone that's identifying and saying, right, they'll do something, but they're only going to do something if you're present. That is not, that's not a healthy condition, right? That's someone putting conditions on their own healing journey, and that's not healthy to you. And someone who cares about you would never be putting you in that condition that says, oh, if you don't come here and I do something, that's your responsibility, right? We don't do that to one another. We don't do that to one another because that's not a very caring or compassionate position to put another person in. So make sure that you're identifying what's a healthy boundary. Make sure that they're getting the care that they need, but make sure that that care that they're choosing to give themselves is not conditional on your presence. Make sure that you're articulating and defining that's where they should be, right? It's not requiring you to be there to energetically facilitate it for them. Thank you so much for being there here and receiving that message. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very important for those who are here to also recognize and these messages. I know sometimes these messages are very intense. I will also point out, and this is very important too, that we don't do medical reads here. So if there's ever a condition by which you feel like someone is in a state of deep distress, make sure that you are doing the steps necessary to make sure that they're in a space by which they are being best protected and supported. So being conditional upon that, I'm just going to articulate that as well. If you're ever in a space by which you feel that you feel like you want to harm yourself, make sure that you're reaching out to another person to communicate that. You are not alone. There are those who want to help you, and making sure that you're taking the right steps necessary in order to do so. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Thank you as well. Absolutely. Mm-hmm. And thank you for sharing the live, Rom. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Well, here's the thing about it. It should not, no. The context by which someone says they need help keeping it, no. One doesn't. When one is caring about the self, one does not say that they require another person to do that, right? We do it for each other. Absolutely. And thank you so much, Char, for the follow. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. I genuinely see someone who's struggling, but you have to articulate to that person that if they're not taking the steps necessary right now to get themselves where they need to be, right? It says to me, like, that's where you have to say to someone, right? Like that is the first priority. Sending you so much support, dear. I hope that helps. My friends, we are going to continue now. We're moving into one card readings. And I want you to understand, you putting the limitations on that is you caring about them. All right, we're going to continue right now. One card readings for those who are super fams or paid members. So if you are a super fam or a paid member who would like a reading, Just go ahead and let me know your question. I'll be happy to draw a card for you. Absolutely. Excellent. Mm-hmm. One moment, please. Mm-hmm. And thank you as well, Adam, for being here and receiving these messages, sending you support as well. All right, Ruby. Um, I feel like I see somebody who's working through a lot of overwhelm right now. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, like I feel like I see someone who knows, like they only want to come towards you if they know that they've got something legitimate to offer you. An animal oracle card. Yeah, like again with this, like I see somebody who holds so much respect for you because they see everything that you're navigating. Like they like it says to me, like it feels like I know that you don't see it this way, but like it feels like somebody who's trying to like straighten out their life before they come towards you because they don't want to overburden you with everything that you yourself are navigating. Like there's care there, but there's somebody who like I feel like there's care there, but somebody who recognizes that they've got to get a lot of stuff in order to have a connection with you. Highest priority for Nikki, please. Um, I see someone around you right now who has a tendency of struggling internally. But like the thing I like to point this out is um, sometimes like the best way I can describe this, there's sometimes something very beautiful in another person who identifies and recognizes that um, a mood doesn't break a relationship, right? Like the space by which we work through things is the space by which we're able to articulate to another that we're going through it. Yeah, and it's hard too, because like I feel like there's something really important about you and another individual trying to communicate to each other. It's hard to do something when you don't have a template for it, is what I keep on getting. So being able to effectively help another person understand like the weight that they're navigating, but also recognizing and identifying that like that is how we're able to effectively express what we feel in a way that gives meaning. Absolutely. All right, continuing right now. Mm-hmm. Alexandra, one card, highest priority, please. I've got the Tower card right now, so it's saying to me your ability to effectively help another person understand what an actual emergency is. Yeah, specifically and particularly with the Nine of Wands and its reversal. Um, it says to me, like, especially with the Swan energy, helping another person through their own feelings of uncertainty is often the space by which like it, I feel like it's almost you saying to another person like we don't want to energetically force relationship, but recognizing that another person is questioning things, being like look, like like I feel like the best you can effectively do to another is give them space in terms of saying like right like that's like not them projecting it onto you, but making them energetically aware of it, if that makes sense. Bookcase, one card, highest priority. We've got the Nine of Wands and its reversal. The Nine of Wands and its reversal there, especially with the Tower card and its reversal, is working into when we care about each other, we give each other the benefit of the doubt, or especially as it relates to the time it takes to do things, right? Like healthy relationship or healthy individuals are going to understand that you've got a lot of priorities, right? They're not going to be upset. The fact that you're not immediately reacting to things is a benefit to a true counterpart because they understand the quality and condition by which you are not navigating things reactively, but allowing for that reactivity, like your own ability of healing there is navigating others' reactivity with a sense of balance. And your extra, yep, 2 cards for Avatar coming through. Um, these cards keep coming out, which is like your ability to effectively work through a sense of patience. Bottom of the deck, I've got here the Emperor in its reversal, right? This is saying to me your counterpart is not going to seek you out to heal things. They're going to be doing the work to fix their life, to create the perfect environment for you. Minnie, 1 card please on the guide's perspective on a conflict right now. They trust your intuition on it. And the thing about it, especially with the Emperor card in its reversal, sometimes someone, when another person is trying to make a false illusion of a choice, it's usually the observation of recognizing, right? It sometimes is the helping another person understand that that is not something that one works through, right? It's like it's understanding the nature by which we don't create a false binary of choice when we're trying to build into something restorationally, you know? Absolutely. I got you, Jamie. Spirit guides, you've got this. Why are you doubting yourself? Bottom of the deck. Yeah, don't let another person's shadow work get the better of you. Yeah, particularly and especially with this bull energy, just don't be reactive. Just take things one step at a time. Everything can get done when you, if it feels too big, just make it smaller. You're so welcome, Flame. Absolutely. Oh, absolutely. And thank you, Bookcase. You're so welcome. My friends, I want to thank you guys so much. Hold on a minute. Just confirming those who are on the place where we keep the videos. I got you. Kayla. 1 card for Kayla, please. Highest priority. We got 2 cards coming through, right? We trust each other. When we trust each other, we effectively equip each other with what we need, right? Bottom of the deck. Yeah, it doesn't require you doing everything for someone. It's all like all you can do is give another person everything they need to do something effectively. Especially with this bee, right? With the bee energy, it's helping to identify or recognize the shape of opportunity. If another person can't unrecognize the fact that you're bringing opportunity to them, that's them hurting themselves. That's not on you. And again for Daniela, 1 card. If they have never answered the question, if you told them what it was you were seeking and they never responded, um, like assume that nothing has changed, right? Because it says to me that whatever distance that's being created there, that's not a chalkboard erase moment, that's a bookmark. So if you articulated that there's something that you needed from them and they haven't effectively returned that back to you, make sure that you're not effectively erasing that conversation by reaching out, because it says to me that the healthy relationship is built upon what we can realistically expect from one another, not someone who's trying to create a feeling of longing so that you'll take them in any context, right? Especially when I see this here, it identifies that when we care about each other, we don't leave each other with question marks. We give each other solid answers about things. Hi there, Ava. 1 card. No, it says, I mean, like, again, with the 9 of Swords in its reversal, if there's something that you're doing, like, if raising the bar was a problem, right, then that's not a problem that's within your own capacity to deal with. Yeah, especially with the air dragon, right? That this says to me, like, the thing about it is when you're working, right, when you're working to raise the bar and another person wants you to lower the bar, right, like in terms of identifying, there's nothing wrong with that because you're effectively working through, like, let those priorities guide you, let those standards be the energetic stabilization point. And I feel like that's effectively what's coming through in terms of some of those connections that you're building into right now. Thank you, dear. And you're so welcome, Daniela. My friends, I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Julia, 1 card for Ella. 1 card for Ella. This says to me, healthy relationship is built on stable energy. especially with the Sun card. Positive conversations, not someone trying to come towards you in an antagonistic way. Let the healthy relationship guide you, and it feels like there's a guide that's coming to you in the form of a bee, is what I keep on seeing. So hold on to that too. Julia, you got this. And we'll talk a bit about the dream space, right? Like I feel like you're navigating someone else's shadow work, but that's because you're exceptional, right? So understanding, and I feel like you being able to see and experience something, but understanding the capacity by which you're moving through it is how you're healing it. One card for Yaz, highest priority, please. It's interesting because I feel like I pick up a lot of this weight, or you being able to recognize the density that others are navigating, particularly with this Sun card. It's saying to me, make sure that you're able to identify or recognize what feels reasonable versus what another person is expecting from you. My friends, I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. If you became a subscriber today, welcome. I would encourage you to join us in our subscriber only disco channel. You can message me directly with a disco gift for that information. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. If you would like to get on the list for tomorrow, you can do so, and you'll have first priority, which means you'll be read for before we start the rest of the collective. Julia, your animal oracle card that came through was the Raven, if you didn't get a chance to see it. I want to thank you also for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. And we'll do this